business and private members' motions. On the agenda today, the Bauxite Production Levy Act Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Number 2, Order 2014 Resolution, and the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2014. It's also scheduled to be debated. Under the questions and answers to questions segment, the Minister of Youth and Culture, Lisa Hanna, is to answer question 22 regarding the permanent secretary in the ministry. Opposition spokeswoman Olivia Babsy-Grange had tabled questions regarding the seeking to establish whether Sidney Bartley is still acting in the post or has been removed for disciplinary reasons. Minister of Youth and Culture has insisted that she is not backing down from her position that Mr. Bartley cannot continue as the permanent secretary based on allegations of misbehavior reported to her. Mr. Bartley took the matter to court in an attempt to block the ministry's efforts to force his early retirement. Also on the agenda today, the Minister of Labour and Security and Social Security, Derek Kelly, is to answer question 14 concerning allegations of unfair practices in Jamaica's trade with Trinidad and Tobago. And two bills are slated to be debated on the government business. The first is the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Amendment Act 2014, and the second is the
Almighty
Financial
God, by whom alone kings
and
reign
Audit
and
Amendment
princes
Act
decree justice,
2014.
and
This
from
session is
whom
about to
alone
start. We're
cometh
taking
all
now to the
counsel,
live proceedings.
wisdom, and understanding. And unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mr. Lloyd Smith, Mr. Paulwell, Mrs. Simpson Miller, Dr. Phillips, Dr. Davies, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Bunting, Mr. Kellier, Mr. Clark, Mr. George Hilton, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Art Scott, Reverend Thwaites, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Hanna, Mr. Daly, Dr. Guy, Mrs. Nita Headley, Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Luther Buchanan, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Azan, Mr. Hales, Mr. Fagan, Mr. Stokes Abrahams, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Brown, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Baugh, Dr. Davies, Dr. Baugh, Dr. Bloomfield, Mr. Hugh Buchanan, Mr. Paul Buchanan, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles, Mr. Chuck, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Duncan, Ms. Grange, Dr. Green, Mr. Henry, Mr. Holness, Mrs. Stokes Abrahams, Ms. Daly, Dr. Green, Mr. Henry, Mr. Holness, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Andre Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Parchment, Mr. Michael Phillips, Mr. Price, Mr. Robertson, Mrs. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Silvera, Mr. Derek Smith, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Walford, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Hutchinson.
Before we get down to today's business, let us welcome from Manning High School 50 students and 4 teachers. Yes, Mr. Clark. Statement by ministers. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport, Works and Housing will make a statement.
Minister Davies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, man, that's achievements. Mr. Speaker, I feel that it's most appropriate that I provide to this honorable House, to the general public, and particularly to depositors in the Bernard Lodge housing scheme, an update on the status of affairs of the Housing Agency of Jamaica. More specifically, it's important that I address the recent developments that resulted in the resignation en bloc of the Board of Directors of that institution. Mr. Speaker, many of the negative comments which have been circulated publicly represent a combination of speculation, half-truths, and innuendos. Therefore, I take this opportunity to set the record straight and to reassure this honorable House and members of the public that notwithstanding the challenges being experienced, the Housing Agency of Jamaica will fully discharge its responsibility to its clients and to the country. Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that on the face of it, there was justification for concern about the high attrition amongst employees at the agency. However, when the figures are disaggregated, they present a somewhat different picture from that initial impression. Between April and December 2014, 44 employees separated from the agency. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the agency undertook a restructuring exercise which resulted in the elimination of some positions from the organizational structure. Staff members and their unions were apprised of the decision and its implications. Persons were asked to indicate whether they would opt for voluntary redundancy. As a result, 18 persons opted to leave through that mechanism. 10 persons resigned and 10 contracts ended. Some persons opted not to renew their contracts, given the uncertainty resulting from the restructuring exercise, while the contracts of 5 were terminated. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the development which has caused the greatest concern was that over the last 8 months, 3 managing directors separated from the agency. First, Mr. Joseph Shukir opted not to renew his contract when it expired in December 2012. However, based on a request from the board, he remained in office until July 2013, at which time the agency was well advanced with the recruitment of a new managing director. His successor, Ms. Rosemary Brown, was selected from within the organization, but she too tendered her resignation in November 2013. Finally, Mr. Carl Bennett, who succeeded Ms. Brown, resigned as of March 10, 2014. Not surprisingly, the departure of the latter 2 managing directors in such a short space of time created some amount of disquiet among staff and board members. The matter of staff turnover was escalated to the level of Parliament when the Minister without portfolio was asked to respond to questions raised by the opposition spokesman on transport works and infrastructure development. Among the issue raised was an allegation of political interference in the day-to-day operations of the agency. Whilst rejecting the allegation of political interference, the board deliberated and decided to step aside to provide me with the opportunity to objectively review the situation at the agency and decide on the appropriate set of actions that would ameliorate the seeming instability and disquiet. Mr. Speaker, having reflected on the situation at the institution, I accepted the resignations. I take this opportunity to report to this Honorable House and to the nation that just yesterday, Cabinet approved the appointment of a new board, which is to be chaired by the Honorable Derek Latibodiere, former Governor of the Bank of Jamaica. The other board members whose appointments were also approved are Mr. Norman Reed, a banker, Mr. Donald Moore, Senior General Manager of the NHT, Mrs. Lucille Bradber, a quantity surveyor and head of the Jeep Secretariat, Mrs. Maureen Vernon, a senior public servant, Mr. Jerron Green, a public management consultant, Ms. Suzanne Lawrence, an attorney at law, and Mr. Ken Arthur Mitchell, a financial analyst. Mr. Speaker, I've taken a decision to appoint at this stage a small board in order to return operations to normality as quickly as possible. In fact, the first meeting of the new board will take place this week. In due course, after discussions with the new chairman, additional members will be appointed. Mr. Speaker, even as I welcome the members of the new board, I wish to place on record my appreciation to the outgoing board for the significant amount of work that it undertook during its tenure. Notwithstanding the innuendos and the rumors that have been circulated, I wish to take this opportunity to state publicly that at no time have I had any reason to question the integrity or competence of any member of the outgoing board. Mr. Speaker, a matter which has generated a great deal of discussion is the public-private partnership agreement between the housing agency and Malthus Incorporated. This agreement is to facilitate construction of 604 one-bedroom units and 980 studio units in Bernard Lodge, St. Catherine. The one-bedroom units were to be sold for $4.9 million, while the studio units were to be sold for $4 million. Worthy of special note, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the initial plan was that the first set of 350 units was slated for completion at the end of this month, that is March 31st. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, that delivery date will not be met. It has been rescheduled to July 2014. The main reason for the delay is that significant changes have had to be made to the design of a stormwater drain for the development. The original plans included the construction of a large drain across Highway 2000. However, that design would have led to traffic delays on the highway, as well as to increased costs. Therefore, that design was abandoned, and the National Works Agency has done a revised one. Work is in progress to implement the new design. Additionally, the developer has indicated that, based on new internal arrangement in respect of their ownership structure, they have had to seek new financing arrangements for the project. In finalizing these arrangements, there is ongoing discussion between the Housing Agency and Malthus Incorporated. The Housing Agency has been assured that all prior commitments will be honored. Mr. Speaker, to date, 321 persons have made deposits on Phase 1, and 371 persons have made deposits in respect of Phase 2. I have been advised, Mr. Speaker, that because of the delay in delivering the first set of units, some depositors have requested refunds of these deposits. These requests have all been honored. I repeat, these requests have all been honored. But it's worthy of note that the slots which have been vacated by those who have asked back for their deposits have been immediately filled by new depositors. I want to assure depositors that their funds are safe and that the government has taken all the necessary steps to ensure that there is no negative fallout other than the rescheduled delivery date. Mr. Speaker, that's where we are. Let me now turn to the way forward. Mr. Speaker, I am giving my commitment to this House, and I want you to hold me to the promise that whatever it takes, the project will be implemented. A special management team is to be appointed to give specific focus to the timely implementation of the project, given the new timelines. The new board has been charged with the responsibility to accelerate the search for and the appointment of a new managing director. The restructuring of the agency is to be expedited based on collaboration between my ministry and the Ministry of Finance and Planning. This will ensure that stability is restored and the uncertainties which have affected staff members and other stakeholders will be eliminated. Mr. Speaker, let me close by saying the agency is under my watch and that of the Minister without portfolio. The agency will discharge its responsibilities, and whilst we recognize that there are challenges, we'll be moving within the shortest time frame possible to ensure that the agency continues to carry out its mandate of providing affordable housing for those individuals and groups who are presently not served by existing entities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of short questions. One, the total number of units originally projected was 1584 according to, from our knowledge in the county presentation. You have had 692 depositors. Is the target still to provide 1,580 units? And could you say how many depositors have sought refund at this stage?
Mr. Speaker, yes, the target remains, and 53 depositors have sought refunds, sought and received.
Not much work seems to have started. I know some indication, some redesign work has been done, and you're still holding to a July delivery date for the units, given where they are now.
That is the information which I have queried, and that's the assurance I have.
And no.
Oh,
Yeah.
This is not for the completion of the 1,500 units. Okay, right.
Final question. I notice, will they, in seeking to fulfill your commitment to the Bernard Lodge project, will there be a special oversight committee and will not like to depend on the appointment of a new managing director? I'd expect, given what you have said here. I would interpret this to say that you have a special committee monitoring the Bernard Lodge project.
Yes, there will be, but I expect that the decision on the appointment of the managing director will be momentary, will be almost immediately.
Madam Minister, the bylaws or the regulations governing the housing agency, formerly NHDC, gives the minister almost veto right on the appointment of the managing director. It's an authority you can delegate, of course, to the board. But I suspect I can ask you to be taking a close look at who assumes this responsibility this time.
Yes, very close.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Bartlett, just two questions for the Minister. Firstly, Minister, is the HAJ now financial? Is it financially viable as an entity? The last time they were before us in a committee of the House, they were projecting a deficit of some 300 million. And we were trying to determine how that would be derived in order for them to be able to deal with operational costs and other obligations, including, paying of their statutory and other obligations. At the time, it was said that the NHT would be paying upfront based on some transactions that they have 150 million, and the other 150 they would go to the market to get. Would the minister say whether those two arrangements have in fact been put together, and indeed whether the HAJ is now financially on stream?
The arrangements have not been completed, but discussions have begun. I've already been in dialogue with the chairman of the NHT. But as you may know, but certainly the opposition spokesperson knows, that agency in certain instances have been given literally a basket to carry water in terms of being given obligations without the requisite financial support to carry them through. And so that's one of the things we'll be looking at to determine which of these obligations should be regarded as a national responsibility, and the commitments, the support will be forthcoming to carry these out, and which ones that the institution will be able to carry on its own. Unfortunately, what we have simply done, and the provision of infrastructure for the pride schemes is a case in point, in that these are significant outlays required. So I expect the new board will be undertaking almost immediately an audit, and I expect to have their findings in terms of where we are at the present and what are possible steps that can be taken for us to get out of this situation.
Mr. Minister, I'm sure you are seized with the urgency of that, especially as it relates to the thousands of Jamaican homeowners and those who are expecting delivery from the HAJ in a number of areas, including some of us in this very house in relation to programs that we have with the Food for the Poor and so on. So one of the concerns that I did not hear you say specifically on, Minister, is whether that financial commitment is in fact in place, and indeed are the arrangements that we were told about, are they in fact in place? Have the HAJ actually gotten the loan from the financial institution or wherever it was that they were going to get it, or has it come from the consolidated fund? And indeed, has the NHT made good on that payment? Because up to the last time that I checked, the NHT had not yet passed on any money because of arrangements which have to do more with central treasury management and so on. I think you are fully seized with that, Minister. Would you just assure us that indeed the funding is in place? Because you see, it makes a mockery of the whole process of talking about a board, or even going to put out for contracting managing directors and so on, if the entity is not financial. I await your response.
As regards the accessing funds from the private sector, we have received the approval, permission of the Ministry of Finance to carry that through. So that was a major first step. As regards the discussion with the NHT, these are ongoing, and I have no doubt that this will be completed shortly. we are faced with a challenge, but these are not insuperable challenges. These are things which we'll have to work through. But the preservation of the institution, such as the HAJ, is critical because it speaks to the needs of a section of the population which is currently not served. And during this next period, I'll be giving personal attention, particularly in terms of a closer collaboration with the NHT, because we can produce a win-win situation where there's a significant percentage of their contributors who are not in a position to benefit from any solution. And so that would be in their interest. And in a sense, that's one of the main reasons the HAJ was amalgamated. I wouldn't say established, but it was amalgamated to respond to that. So you recognize the problems, and I share with you, and I accept your analysis of the problems. What will be the major issue now is how we can design approaches which will address these problems.
Just the last one, having regard to how in fact you position the role that the HAJ has to play and the relationship that it has with the NHT. Minister, in the context of fiscal consolidation, don't you think it might be a useful policy direction to go to merge the NHT with HAJ so that you could have a security of flows, or what a former Prime Minister called a certitude of flows into the HAJ so that it can fulfill its mandate?
I know that this approach has been mooted, but I think we have to be careful not to spread the NHT in areas it was not designed. The NHT is a housing finance bank, and in that context, in that context, it is possible for NHT to work closely with
HAJ in delivering units. And then you can double count. HAJ produces units and NHT works. But I intend to do that. I certainly intend to do that. But I do not believe that the solution is to absorb the one under the other.
One last, not a lot relevant to that. Mr. Minister, is a project that you actually initiated and which did some extent work that benefited a particular sector of society, the spot upgrading program, with funding from TF in a large part, most of the funding. And I noticed that in recent time, TVDCO could not spend the project funds for TF. But I would ask, really, in the reconstituting of the board and refocusing on the organization, are you looking at the possibility of restarting that program? Because I'm quite happy where we start. The upgrading of informal settlements and depressed areas anywhere in Jamaica is a benefit to the country and a benefit to your colleague in security as well, who can tell you it does contribute significantly to dealing with the issue. We recognize, we have developed, for example, a very close partnership between JEEP and the TEF. And if you note, in terms of the new appointments, the director of JEEP is on the new HAJ board. And I believe that expertise will be very, very useful in putting us in a situation that you'll never comment ever again on the inability to spend the allocated resources.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, just thank you for your indulgence to allow me to ask a second set of questions. And it will only be one. It will only be one. Mr. Minister, further to what the member from Northwest St. James asked you about the $1 billion that you so very carefully mooted and which was taken up by the Tourism Enhancement Fund and $1 billion, 1 billion Jamaican, was in fact allocated. To my best knowledge, somewhere in the region of about 750 or so million of that has in fact been spent on a number of projects.
Well, Mr. Bartlett, where is this coming from?
No, it relates to HAJ, because the implementation agency was HAJ, and there are still outstanding...
But hold on, Mr. Bartlett. We have to confine the follow-up questions to relevant to the specific questions that were asked. There's a new appeal gone out to better know.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, if you bear with me, you will see the relevance of it. The current situation, Minister, is that there is a contractor, for example, who did work for the HAJ, and some 49 million, I understand, is still outstanding. Is there, Mr. Speaker, any arrangement now with regards to getting the remainder of this 250 million from the project so that the HAJ can pay those contractors that are outstanding and to continue the development program that it was ongoing in St. Anne, St. James,
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, but that has nothing to do with it. Mr. Samura, get us back on board. That has nothing to do with... No, Mr. Bartlett, don't let me have to go back to square one to explain to you about clarification. Nothing was mentioned in the minister's statement. Yes, I'm irritable. Mr. Samura.
Minister, I'd just like you to tell me, is Bernard Lodge subject to any restrictive covenants? Number one. Is Bernard Lodge, the estate, the land, subject to any restrictive covenants? In the event that it is not, would you indicate if it is the plan to expand the construction of houses on that land? That's number one. Number two, the corridor leading from Ocherias to Kingston, the north-south corridor being built by CHEC. Could you indicate if lands have been identified for housing, as I'm aware that the highway is moving apace, and it is very complimentary, and I'm happy for it. And I expect that it is going to be complete by August, I'm told. That is straight through to Spanish Town. Yeah, but could you, the most important one, the question of Bernard Lodge. If it is a plan to build more housing on Bernard Lodge.
The plan is to build 1,500 units, and in terms of the section between the lands adjoining the north-south link, and at a function to which you are invited, but where your absence was noted, the head of CHEC has indicated that they have a specific interest in housing development along that corridor. The actual locations which will be turned over to CHEC have not yet been determined. The agreement with CHEC speaks to that matter being raised on completion of the highway, and that's when.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, Minister, you mentioned that the new board will be getting an audited report. The new board would be requesting a report you mentioned. You mentioned that the new board would be getting an audit report on the status of the housing agency. You mentioned that. You mentioned an audit report that the new board would be getting. And I just want to know, in the receipt of that report, would you be willing to table it here in the House? On the status of, the new board is going to get an audit report on the status of the housing agency. So on its receipt, would you be willing to table it in the House?
I'm not a lawyer, but I said an audit of the situation. I did speak to an audit report. And I don't know what you mean by that, but I mean they want to know a photograph. What is the situation? No. And that one, when I receive it, it may have nothing exciting to say, but when I receive it, then I will make a determination.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Ministry Paper number 22, an annual report and audited financial statements of the Agro Investments Corporation for the year ended March 31, 2011. Ministry Papers numbers 23 to 26, an annual reports and audited financial statements of the Registrar General's Department for the financial years 2003-04 through to 2006-07. Professional Engineers Registration Board annual reports and audited financial statements for the financial years ended December 31, 2011 and December 31, 2012, and these have been transmitted electronically.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. Questions and answers to questions. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will be answering questions 22, questions 19, 17, and 14, starting with 22. 22.
Dr. Bob? Which question? Oh, Ms. Grange. We're starting at the bottom. Ms. Grange.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister answer the question 20? I'm sorry, question 19. State whether or not the ministry and/or that's standing in my name. The question standing in my name. Question 19.
No, Ms. Grange. That's not your question.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Youth and Culture answer the question standing in my name? Question 22.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question. Will the Minister say if the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Culture was recently suspended or otherwise separated from his post? Answer. A. The Permanent Secretary was not recently or at any time suspended or otherwise separated from his post. B. The Permanent Secretary requested and was granted leave between January 27, 2014 and March 9, 2014. C. The Permanent Secretary was reassigned by the appropriate authority to duties as the Director General in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, effective March 10, 2014. Question 2. If the answer to question 1 is in the affirmative, will the minister say when he was suspended or otherwise separated for what period? Answer. See answer to question 1. B. The information provided by the Cabinet Office and the Office of the Public Services Commission, who are the appropriate authorities responsible for administrative matters concerning permanent secretaries, indicates that the reassignment is not for any fixed period. Question 3. Will the minister say why such action was taken, if any? Answer. I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary on January 17, 2014, informing of a letter I had received from the Children's Advocate that same day, advising that a serious report regarding a child concerning the permanent secretary had been received and recorded by the Office of the Children's Advocate. I am aware that under the Child Care and Protection Act, such reports would have to be investigated. I conveyed to the Cabinet Secretary that I did not think it would be in the best interest of the ministry for such an investigation to take place while the permanent secretary continued to function in the capacity as the public officer with responsibility for the portfolio which deals with the protection of children in Jamaica. 4. In particular, will the minister say whether he was suspended or otherwise separated due to matters within the remit of any agency of the Ministry of Youth and Culture? Answer. The reassignment is not due to any matters within the remit of any agency of the Ministry of Youth and Culture. The Office of the Children's Advocate reports directly to Parliament. 5. Will the minister indicate the relevant agency or agencies? Answer. See answer to question 3. Question 6. Will the minister say when the matters giving rise to the suspension or other means of separation came to the attention of the relevant agency, if any? Answer. See answer to question 4. Additionally, I'm not aware when the report was received by the Office of the Children's Advocate. 7. Will the minister say when the matters giving rise to the suspension or other means of separation came to her attention? Answer. See question. Answer to question 3.
Minister, did you at any time communicate to the Office of the Children's Advocate about rumors you heard about the permanent secretary and ask that an investigation be done?
I responded to a written report received by the Office of the Children's Advocate, and that written correspondence came to me on January 17, 2014, to which I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary. Any matters relating children in my ministry, certainly I don't operate on rumor or innuendo. I operate on facts.
Minister, were you aware and did you have any concerns from last year about rumors that you heard related to the permanent secretary? And I am asking questions, please. Well, Minister, you're on record last year of actually responding to the press when they had asked about questions relating to the permanent secretary. I'm asking you if you were aware from last year, if you had any concerns, and that you in fact wanted the permanent secretary to go on retirement from last year.
I don't think it is a secret that quite recently the person in question actually took 3 of us to court on the basis of what you're asking. and we were served on and went to court on the 3rd of March, based on the permanent secretary saying that the same pre-retirement that you're speaking of, that matter has been withdrawn. No, this matter was this year. That matter was withdrawn because he realized that certainly there was no evidence to substantiate the claim. I can't go further into any other court matters because the matter is still before the court.
So, Minister, you're saying because the matter is before the court, you can't answer any questions?
No, Ms. Grange. Ms. Grange. Ms. Grange. I think you are aware that any matter that is before the court, we cannot deliberate on it.
Minister, did you inform anyone in authority sometime last year that you wanted the permanent secretary removed?
No, I did not.
Did you, Minister, communicate to the Cabinet Secretary some time ago when there was another permanent secretary in the ministry? Did you communicate that you wanted that permanent secretary removed?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Minister, whatever your answers may be in this document, do you think the right procedure was followed in dealing with whatever issue, whatever matter the permanent secretary was accused of? Do you think the right procedure was followed?
Yes, I do.
Minister, I'd like you to repeat for me what exactly are the charges or the accusation against the permanent secretary?
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite capable of answering the question.
I know.
As you are aware, any matters relating to children should really be protected with extreme care and extreme caution. As I understand it, and there are some children here as well, there should be some discretion as we relate and treat with our civil servants and also with children. This matter is being investigated by the Office of the Children's Advocate. I would be irresponsible if I went into any matters, not only as a minister with responsibility for dealing with these matters, but also under the Child Care and Protection Act. So I'm asking you to just take a step back a little bit.
So, Minister, you are refusing to say what the accusations are against the permanent secretary?
All of the documentation is now public record, and it is before the court. I received a letter from the Children's Advocate outlining that she had received a report regarding my permanent secretary involving a child, and she was bringing it to my attention. She has no other need to tell me any more of that other than that. It was my duty, and I saw it as such, to write to the Cabinet Secretary, and I also informed the Prime Minister of the report that I received.
So, Minister, you were not aware of these accusations until the CDA got in touch with you, the Children's Advocate, OCA, got in touch with you?
Well, I came to time as the Principal Director of Culture. There will always be rumors about people. There are rumors about me. There are rumors about you. It is how we act on rumors, and I don't act on rumors. So.
Minister, the gentleman was in the Ministry of Education during your administration as Director of Culture. He was in the Ministry of Tourism under your government's administration as Director of Culture. I inherited the gentleman in my ministry, so it is not necessary for us to be saying who he belongs to. Now, Minister, I'm gonna... Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Babsy, point of order. Babsy.
Mr. Speaker.
Babsy.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Daly.
Speaker. Please, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, some questions have been tabled by the opposition spokesperson on culture and youth. Some answers have been given by the Minister of Youth and Culture. I'm asking that we do not descend into anything further about our public servants, other than to stick to the questions and the answers given. On that basis, I am requesting of you, Mr. Speaker, to rule that the subsidiary questions be withdrawn.
Well, Ms. Grange, I accept your point of order, Mr. Daly. Ms. Grange. Ms. Grange.
Minister.
No, Ms. Grange, let me explain. You can ask for clarification on the answers specified in writing. If you need any clarification, we're not going beyond that today. I'm waiting on Ms. Grange. If she has no more questions, I will move. House Leader, next question.
Question 14.
Dr. Barr.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce to answer the questions at number 14, standing in my name. Just to know, Mr. Speaker, that these questions were originally posed on the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, but were diverted to the Minister of Industry. I really have no objections. Just clarifying the issue. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Buchanan, please.
The following questions were asked of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, which was subsequently submitted to me for the answer. The question 1, part 1, will the Minister please advise the House whether the allegations of unfair trade practices in relation to trade with Trinidad and Tobago have been placed on the agenda of quoted for discussion? Answer. The government of Jamaica places specific trade concerns
on the agenda of the Council of Trade and Economic Development, quoted, were deemed necessary. Jamaica found it necessary at the last regular meeting of the quoted held on November 8, 2013, to place on the agenda a request for a review of the CARICOM procedures for the verification of community rules of origin. This was due to challenges encountered in the process of seeking to verify the origin of lubricating oils imported from Trinidad and Tobago. After outlining the rationale for the review, all member states, including Trinidad and Tobago, agreed to Jamaica's request. The CARICOM Customs Committee commenced the review process at its meeting held on February 6 through 7, 2014. At the request of Jamaica, the CARICOM Secretary General is using his good offices to facilitate a timely resolution of the origin query initiated by Jamaica on lubricating oils. We are aware that the Secretary General is acting on this request. During a special session of the quoted on November 9, 2014, Jamaica raised concerns about the practice of the dual pricing of energy. During the special session of the quoted, a special session of the quoted on November 9, 2013, Jamaica raised concerns about the practice of the dual pricing of energy by Trinidad and Tobago, underscoring that the cost of energy greatly impacts the competitiveness of the economies of the region, which, with the exception of Trinidad and Tobago, are net importers of energy. Jamaica called for the urgent convening of a special meeting of quoted energy and trade ministers in order to address this long-standing and vexing issue, and further requested that the CARICOM Secretary General use his good offices to facilitate this dialogue at the earliest opportunity. We're also aware that the trade issues that might arise to Trinidad and Tobago and other members at times are related to sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Work is now advancing within CARICOM for the full operationalization and strengthening of the regional sanitary and phytosanitary regime. Part 2. Will the Minister please state what is the effect of the measures recently taken by the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce to impose a penalty on duties on lubricants imported from Trinidad and Tobago for goods imported from Trinidad and Tobago, but which were suspected of having their origin in Venezuela? Yes. Answer. In September 2012, in keeping with the CARICOM Rules of Origin verification procedures, a formal verification query was submitted by the Jamaica Customs Agency with regards to lubricating oils being imported from Trinidad and Tobago. Following the consistent failure of the Customs and Excise Department of Trinidad and Tobago to appropriately respond to these queries, in accordance with the CARICOM verification procedures, Jamaica Customs introduced a deposit on these shipments with effect from May 14, 2013, pending the satisfactory conclusion of the verification process. This measure remains in place pending 1. The provision of the appropriate responses from the Customs and Excise Department of Trinidad and Tobago through the CARICOM Secretariat, and 2. An evaluation of these responses by the relevant authorities in Jamaica. In this regard, we wish to note that the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce received copies of the most recent response from the Trinidad and Tobago Customs Department only yesterday, that is March 17, 2014. and we will seek guidance from the CARICOM Secretariat, and will immediately begin the process of reviewing this new documentation along with the Jamaica Customs Department and any other stakeholder. Part 3. Will the Minister please report to the House on the status of discussions between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago on issues regarding rules of origin of agricultural and agro-processing products and the imposition of non-tariff barriers on Jamaican products entering Trinidad and Tobago, since the Treaty of Chaguaramas makes provisions for negotiations, consultations, mediation and arbitration and other dispute resolution mechanisms in the event of disputes between territories, and such action was initiated 2 or 3 years ago. Part 4, will the Minister please inform the House on the status of these discussions and the response from Trinidad and Tobago? I respond to parts 3 and 4 together. The revised Treaty of Chaguaramas governs trade in CARICOM, and where a Jamaican entity is of the view that there has been a breach of treaty provisions, there is an obligation for that entity to provide specific facts to substantiate its claim. These allegations are then carefully researched and then considered by the government ministries, departments and agencies who sit on the Trade Enforcement Advisory Mechanism team, chaired by the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Following evaluation, there is a joint determination of the appropriate action to be taken. The Government of Jamaica does not engage its regional trading partners in cross-border trade disputes based on anecdotal evidence or casual allegations. This means that discussions take place in the context of specific issues at the level of a sector, a product, or a firm. Where it is felt that there is a horizontal procedure or treaty provision which requires amendment, proposals are made through the Council for Trade and Economic Development for a regional review. This was the proposal made to the COTED with regards to the origin verification process, and this review is now underway. The Government of Jamaica is unaware of any specific 1. rules of origin, or 2. non-tariff barrier issues with regards to agricultural and agro-processing products with Trinidad and Tobago, which has not been addressed. There should be specific trade concerns. Now, should there be specific trade concerns, this is an open invitation to members of this Honourable House and the trading public to submit these concerns. They will be evaluated and the appropriate action will be taken. The government will also be taking steps to increase the training opportunities available to the private sector in the rules and procedures of trade. This includes rules of origin procedures under the revised treaty, which cover certification, verification, as well as derogations from the rules of origin. These derogations allow for the use of a specific quantity of extra-regional material for a specific period of time where there is a difficulty in sourcing regional supplies. Steps have already been taken by the Trade Board Limited to offer training, and this will be further improved during the 2014-2015 fiscal year. Part 5. Will the Minister please inform the House on the operation of the private sector initiatives in relation to these issues, setting up a trade facilitation desk to liaise with trade-related institutions, and establishing a clearinghouse between the Manufacturers Association of these two countries in cooperation with the Jamaica Trade and Adjustment Team in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Answer. A Jamaica Trinidad and Tobago Trade Facilitation Desk was established in May 2012 by Trinidad and Tobago with financing from the Bermudas Group Limited. The desk is located within the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association. The desk officer and members of the Trinidad and Tobago private sector has visited Jamaica on several occasions in order to hold consultations with key stakeholders in the public and private sectors. The feedback received thus far is that the trade desk has been doing a positive job in addressing the concerns of our Jamaican exporters, and the local private sector has requested that the trade desk place greater focus on providing market intelligence and establishing contacts between companies in both countries. Part 6. Will the Minister please state what are the proposed steps to deal with the dual pricing of energy as practiced by Trinidad and Tobago, alleged to be made a mode of subsidy for manufacturing in Trinidad and Tobago, thus creating an unfair advantage within the context of the CT, which imposes an obligation on the parties to undertake fair practices in matters of trade? Answer. This has been a long-standing issue. There have been ongoing attempts to address this matter in the context of the special quoted on energy, which is attended by the Ministers of Energy within the region. However, to date, the matter has not yet been satisfactorily resolved. At the national level, the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission, an agency of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, has been requested to examine the allegations of dual pricing and the general concerns raised by the private sector in order to ascertain the best way forward in the matter. The Commission staff has had meetings with the private sector bodies to discuss these general concerns. To date, no specific claims have been made by the private sector in terms of actual subsidy programs provided by the government of Trinidad and Tobago to Trinidadian manufacturers of particular products exported to Jamaica. The Commission is conducting research on potential subsidy programs being provided to Trinidad and Tobago producers by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Government of Jamaica, through representation at a special session of the COTEC on November 9, 2013, raised concerns about the practice of the dual pricing of energy by Trinidad and Tobago and called for the issues to be addressed at a special meeting of Energy and Trade Ministers. The CARICOM Secretary General was requested to use his good offices to facilitate this dialogue at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, the point has been made that the private sector of Jamaica, and indeed any private sector body throughout CARICOM, has a private right of action under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and can petition the Caribbean Court of Justice to grant it the right to file an action or seek declaratory judgment in this and other matters.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister of Industry and Commerce for his responses, which are comprehensive and informative. Mr. Speaker, there are a few follow-up questions that I'd like to put to the Minister. First of all, while I appreciate the information that the CARICOM Secretary General was requested to use his good offices to facilitate this dialogue at the earliest opportunity, I'd like to ask the Minister if he is aware of a similar instruction to the CARICOM Secretariat, which followed the CARICOM Conference of Heads in Montego Bay in 2003, and that the CARICOM Secretary General was mandated to prepare a report on the issue and to report back to the Conference of Heads in November of that year. That report has been done by the CARICOM Secretariat, is available to be read, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, is awaiting further action. It will be frustrating for us to be reinventing the wheel. In other words, having an inquiry into the same issue, which is only, well, 11 years later. Does the minister recall such a meeting in Montego Bay? It was under their administration. Does he remember that one particular junior minister was very vocal at that meeting? And is he aware of the, well, I would like to ask him if the opinions of the then junior minister remain the same. Was it reflective of the government's position? And has that government's position changed? Because the minister was very strident and very vocal and is on record for criticizing the issue and making certain that it was properly investigated by the CARICOM Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that question. I recognize the minister, then Minister of State, to be now the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And I was vocal then on certain issues, and my position has not changed. But I do want to separate, and indeed there was, you would have known, and as you said, a briefing was done, and the Secretary General, using his good offices, did render an opinion on the matter. I would, however, like to separate the opinion that was granted that spoke to an interpretation of Article 7 and 8 of the revised treaty, and the issue was not centered around subsidies per se. There were two separate sets of issues. This issue concerned and the question focused. Your question focused on the subsidy issues, to which the answers, a fulsome answer was given in my responses. The issue of interpretation of Article 7 and Article 8 remains, to my mind, outstanding issues.
Mr. Minister, I disagree with the response I just heard from the Minister. I'd just like to read to him a section of that report. The sections here quoting directly from the report. Industrial competitiveness is among the most immediate concerns. Energy is a significant cost component in the production process. Access by the productive sector in Trinidad and Tobago to natural gas at lower net back prices than is available to the productive sector in other member states has been claimed to have had a devastating impact upon the manufacturing industry and balance of payment profile in many of Trinidad and Tobago's traditional trading partners within the community. This impact has been said to be so grave as to be unsustainable. That is a part of the report. I don't want to be long-winded, so I won't read other paragraphs, but other paragraphs are available much in the same spirit. So that...
Why beating around the bush then?
Exactly. I would also, since I'm on my feet, like to ask the Minister that in subsequent years the matter was pursued. Is the Minister aware of a meeting which took place in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade involving the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Industry in Trinidad and Tobago and our local Permanent Secretaries in Foreign Affairs, Industry and other relevant sectors, which was initiated in 2011? The process I ask about in terms of dialogue, investigations, other methods of resolving issues of dispute. At least an initiative was taken. The process has been frustrated because of the lack of responses. I would like to ask the Minister if there's any follow-up to that initiative, and what are the responses to date? Are we making progress in resolving these issues?
Again, Minister, I can speak with certainty that the matter which was the focus of the issues then before the Secretary General for his good offices focused on the treaty, the interpretation of Article 7 and 8. Other matters were raised, but again, the issue of subsidy is, as you are aware, a very involved and detailed set of issues, and very, very technically difficult issues. It is a reason why the Anti-Dumping Commission, as I mentioned in my responses, has been given the task on our side of coming up with a set of responses to the very technical issues of subsidies as it relates to energy. in Trinidad and Tobago. I am aware that there have been and there continue to be discussions both within the public sector and the private sectors of both Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. Indeed, more recently, I met with a group of manufacturers represented from the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, along with representatives from the Jamaica private sector, to discuss this very issue and the next step forward. It is, to my mind, where we are now. We are waiting a response from the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association. They have promised a response that is due any time now as to a specific proposal that was put to them. Depending on the answer to that proposal, I think the government of Jamaica then will have to decide how it proceeds from thereafter. But a specific proposal was put to them via the private sector of Jamaica, my ministry, through the Manufacturers Association, for them to give a response to the proposal. As soon as we get that, we'll determine what the next steps would be.
Mr. Speaker, before we even get to the details of the course of action being taken and the dialogue between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, there is the issue of the vision of CARICOM, of the CSME, as contained in the declaration in the Treaty of Chaguaramas. And I'd like to ask the Minister if, one, the spirit and the intention and the vision of CARICOM is being fulfilled, in his opinion, or if the intentions are being frustrated by distortions affecting intra-CARICOM trade within the context of a marketplace that was created by the Common External Tariff, which is the CARICOM marketplace, in which there must be free movement, if it is to be successful, free movement of the factors of production, which is labor, capital, goods and services, and people. Well, labor is people. Because the declaration of Chaguaramas acknowledges that we are all mindful that the benefits expected from the establishment of the CSME can be frustrated by anti-competitive business conduct whose object or effect is to prevent or to restrict or to distort competition or trade activities in any way. Acknowledging that there are resource differences within the territories of Caribbean, and that if these are to work, if it is to work on behalf of all the members of the CARICOM with equity and with fairness, then we have to see to it that those factors move without obstruction. And it is known that internationally, in global trade and regional trade, that when tariffs were removed as barriers to trade, there was a sharp increase in non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade. And we have experienced that in CARICOM. Mr. Minister, there was a proposed reconstitution of the Intergovernmental Task Force, which originally was involved in the design of the CSME. And that reconstituted task force is to review the practices of CARICOM over the years, to see to what extent it is working or being frustrated by these distortions. I want to be assured of Jamaica's participation in that review. Is it taking place? Has the task force been reconstituted? Can we expect that Jamaica will be well represented? Because in effect, Mr. Speaker, we are not against the CSME. We are against the CSME that is distorted by these various objections, obstructions, and distractions. But if the CSME was to go along the lines as it was originally intended, to be a marketplace, to accommodate development of all the territories, through the free movement of the factors of production, then there will be no problem. To what extent, Mr. Minister, are we reviewing our experiences in CARICOM, looking at the implementation gap, because inasmuch as we talk about the measures to be implemented,
Many are not being implemented. NTBs have much room. I had to deal with that as Minister of Foreign Affairs. I don't have to remind you about those issues. But to what extent are we reviewing it and making certain that the CSME proceeds as it was envisioned in the first place?
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, there are issues within CARICOM concerning the interpretation by various member states of the rules and the provisions within the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Where I have been very vocal and consistent within government and out of government about, if you call the Myrie case ineffective, then you're not aware of what has been happening. But yes, I did. I filed those actions. I filed those actions, and but for my sojourn here. As the member may know, that from the time the brief was filed in the matter for the Secretary General's good offices, from the time that brief was filed by myself in seeking the good offices of the Secretary General to the filing of the Myrie matter, I am of the firm belief that there is a court, the CCJ, and there are dispute settlement mechanism to which I think resort should be had to have final settlement of disagreement or disputes governing or concerning the operation of the CSME. I think, therefore, that there have been complaints, there have been concerns by Trinidad and Tobago against other member states, as it is with Trinidad and Tobago. And I think the suggestion is that rather than interpreting the provisions ourselves and taking action, unilateral action, based upon those interpretations, that resort should be had to the dispute settlement mechanism if those differences rise to the level of a dispute between the member states, or the other mechanisms for dispute settlement or conciliation be utilized to ensure that we have an agreed view on the appropriate interpretation of the treaty. Insofar as the intergovernmental task force is concerned, I know that that task force is in place. I can't give you an update as to its working. This is properly a matter being monitored in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and a supplemental question could provide that answer from the Ministry in terms of a follow-up to the specific question of the current operation and working of the Intergovernmental Task Force. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will now have the answers by the Minister of Local Government.
Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister of Local Government answer the following set of questions? Questions number 17 and I think 17 and 19 that have been tabled in my name.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Princess Gill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1. Is the Minister aware of the redeployment / reassignment of Mr. Christopher Powell, who has been serving as Secretary Manager in the Manchester Parish Council? Answer. I'm advised that on the 2nd of January 2014, the Parish Council Services Commission transferred Mr. Christopher Powell, Secretary Manager from the Manchester Parish Council, to assume duties as Secretary Managers in the St. Mary Parish Council. I get it. Sarah. Speaker, get ready. This one. Question number 2. Will the Minister advise of the reasons that have prompted this reassignment? Answer. Section 10 of the Parish Council's Unified Service Act and its regulations, Regulation 4(1)B, provide that the Parish Council Services Commission shall determine any question in relation to transfer, temporarily or otherwise, of unified services officers from the service of one parish council to that of another parish council, with or without the officer's consent or the consent of the parish council from or to whom service the officer is transferred. Mr. Speaker, the matter of the transfer of parish council officers is entirely within the jurisdiction and authority of the Parish Council Services Commission, not the Minister with portfolio responsibility for local government. However, I'm advised that Mr. Powell, being an experienced Secretary Manager, had particular skills and competencies that would bring added value to the St. Mary Parish Council. Question number 3A. Will the Minister indicate where the officer has been deployed? Answer. As previously stated, the officer was transferred from Manchester Parish Council to the St. Mary Parish Council. 3B. Can the Minister confirm whether he has actually taken up assignment by assuming duties pursuant to the redeployment? Answer. I am advised that Mr. Powell did not take up his assignment at the St. Mary Parish Council. He requested and was granted vacation leave. At the end of the leave, he tendered his resignation effective 3rd of March 2014. Question number 4. In the event that the officers actually assume duties, will the Minister advise of any challenges that may be giving rise to such a situation? Answer. I am not aware of any challenges, whether on his part or otherwise, that may have given rise to Mr. Powell not assuming his duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for answering the question. I think the answers satisfy my curiosity. But just to say, Mr. Speaker, that this officer in question is one who has been a part of the local government system for quite a long time. He has served in many capacities in at least 4 parish councils. It is just unfortunate, Minister, that the situation ended in the way it did. But I just want to ask one question of the Minister. Is it a fact, Minister, that Mr. Powell will be employed in the Ministry of Local Government in the area responsible for
local government reform? And if the answer is yes, could the minister say why?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that there are any vacancies in that department. No, neither am I aware that he's being considered for employment in such.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your response. Next set of questions.
Destroy people otherwise. Think a brewery this? No, this trying to work out the server.
Question number 1. Will the minister please state whether or not his ministry and all the local authorities are engaged in an audit of streetlights island-wide? Answer. The Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, working with the local authorities, has undertaken a joint audit with the Jamaica Public Service Company to determine the precise number and location of streetlights for which the local authorities have responsibility. Question number 2. If the answer to part 1 is in the affirmative, would the minister please state who is conducting the audit? Answer. See answer to question 1 above. Question 2.2. When was our audit commenced? The audit commenced September 2012. Question, whether or not the audit has been concluded. Answer. The fieldwork phase of the audit was completed in September 2013. However, Mr. Speaker, the verification phase is underway and is expected to be completed by the end of April 2014. Question 2.4. Whether he will provide copies of the audit to Parliament. Answer. The final report can be tabled in Parliament and would be ready in the first quarter of fiscal year 2014-2015. Question 3. Does the minister recall that in announcing the increase in property taxes in 2013, the government assured the country that funds would be allocated to improve and/or maintain a proper streetlight system across Jamaica? Answer. Property taxes have always been and continue to be used to pay for the provision and maintenance of streetlights across the island. There is an excess of 100,000 streetlights for which the local authorities are paying from the proceeds of property taxes. The challenge which successive administrations, both the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, have had is that the revenues generated from property taxes have never been sufficient to meet the demands for which property taxes are required to fund. These include streetlights, solid waste management, co-worker road rehabilitation, among others. As a result, in the past, we have had to get support from central government to cover the deficit. This support was known as deficit financing. As is well known, the financial realities have ushered in a new paradigm whereby there is no longer any deficit financing. In other words, Mr. Speaker, property taxes will be the only source of revenue to carry out the responsibilities of property-related expenditure at the ministry. The monthly average cost for streetlights has increased by approximately 35% since 2010-2011 financial year. this administration has recognized the challenges, and currently we are well advanced in the process of implementing measures geared at significantly reducing our energy consumption by streetlights. This will lead to significantly lower streetlight charges. Further details will be provided in the new financial year. Question number 4. Does the Minister think that this commitment has been met, or if not, why not? Answer. Progress has been made, Mr. Speaker, and further actions which will lead to more significant impact are underway. Question number 5. Will the Minister give this House a full update on the streetlight situation and what steps are being taken to ensure that the public gets value for their property tax payments in terms of its expenditure on streetlights? Answer. The following measures are being implemented to improve the efficiency and cost effectiveness of how we treat with streetlights. As a result of the streetlight order, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the government of Jamaica is gathering specific knowledge of the number, the specific GPS identified location of all streetlights for which the local authorities have responsibility. The results of the audit are being used to populate a newly developed database which is being rolled out to all local authorities. This database will allow each local authority to track the number of streetlights for which it has the responsibility, confirm the monthly bill payable to JPS, document and track any rebates payable to the authority, and to monitor reported non-functioning lights and the time it takes for each streetlight to be repaired and the specific location of each light. We are going to take, Mr. Speaker, to specific actions that can be taken to reduce streetlight charges. We have worked with the Ministry of Science, Technology, Energy and Mining, Ministry of Finance and Planning, the local authorities, JPSCO, the OUR, NWA, and the Bureau of Standards to develop the required plan of action. This has been approved by Cabinet. After significant analysis and negotiations with key stakeholders to fundamentally transform how we have addressed the matter of streetlights for decades, in short order, we will be announcing actions that will: 1. Reduce the actual energy consumption of streetlights. 2. Lower existing streetlights tariffs. 3. Improve the technical expertise of personnel in the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development and the local authorities for better management of our streetlights program and to sufficiently represent the government's interest in the determination of streetlight tariffs. 4. Significantly reduce the time during which streetlights are in a state of disrepair. And 5. Change the existing protocol where taxpayers pay for streetlights for 12 hours every day, whether or not they are working, to a protocol or we pay for actual streetlight consumption. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to ask the Minister just to make a clarification for the record, because in your response to the question of the use of the property taxes, you mentioned that the property taxes is also used for the rehabilitation of parochial roads. Is that a statement or fact, or is a mistake, Minister? Because my understanding of the property taxes, that the property taxes is to use solely for the purpose of public cleansing, street lights, etc., but not to be used on the maintenance of roads. My understanding is that it is the proceeds from the motor vehicles that goes into the what is called the parochial revenue fund. So, Minister, could you just clarify that before we move on any further?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that we also use some of the funds from property taxes to repair some of the parochial roads. I want to remind the House that significant, about 80% of the roads in Jamaica are the purview of the local authorities, and therefore they already present a challenge. And the PRF is insignificant to really maintain these roads. In fact, it has never been achieved, Mr. Speaker, that the PRF is only able to maintain roads. In fact, there's required significant capital expenditure to upgrade our parish council roads, and we are also working on a particular approach to deal with those.
Minister, really, you know, I think this question needs to a lot more information, because can the minister say when was this decision taken to use the property taxes, and could the minister be more specific? Because as far as I am aware, and as the guidelines covering the property taxes, it is specific. So will the minister really say when was this decision taken, if this is a new policy of the administration, and when was this decision taken? How is the disbursement made? Can the minister say that? Because I know that there is a percentage of the property taxes that goes to the parish councils, but it goes to the parish council with specific instructions for a specific area for that to be used. And roads, Mr. Speaker, does not fall within that. So the minister, before we get any further into the questions, can the minister really shed some more light on this matter?
Nothing new, Mr. Speaker. A percent of the property taxes is available to the minister, and usually by way of resolution from councils, there are some of the issues that come through on request on resolution from councils to assist in those areas where it is possible.
Minister, again, Minister, the information to the House is wrong, Minister. Council, the parish councils can only by resolution seek funding from you, from the equalization fund, which is a portion of the parochial revenue fund, and not property taxes. I need, Minister, for you to clarify. And Minister, let me grant you the favor by allowing you to go back and to get the proper information and come back to the House. Because this matter, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to allow the matter to die like that, Mr. Speaker, because the minister must be clear. There is one source of funding that is available for roads for the parish councils, and that is the dedicated funds which is known as the parochial revenue fund, that comes from the proceeds of motor vehicle license, etc. And the parish councils can use their own source, their own generated revenue. But this is a new dispensation. I have never heard in all of my years of involvement in local government that property taxes is used for the repair of roads, Mr. Speaker. I've never heard of it before.
Okay, so Mr. McKenzie, you want the minister to tell you when that decision was taken?
When that decision was taken?
And the mechanics.
Because it can't be an arbitrary decision.
No, we don't have to debate it. We don't have to debate it. You need to know from the minister, if not today, when was that decision taken? And how is the money to be disbursed?
Okay. And the roads, Mr. Speaker, because it is very, very important.
Yes. So, Minister, how quickly can we get that information?
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Member. I will research the details on that one, and I'll get back to you. But I would suggest that we, in trying to develop an incentive to our property tax payments, I'll have to try and get the information, the details to you. Is to try to encourage or incentivize some areas that have done well in their property taxes. But you're right, the equalization fund is what the resolutions coming from the council deals with some of the roads. But you know very well, as a farmer mayor yourself, how inadequate that is. But I will research the data and give you the information.
Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister and the Honourable House to understand that I would not oppose the use of property taxes to supplement the repair, the maintenance of roads. But the first priority of the property taxes, apart from solid waste, is to pay for providing street lights. And the question that I have asked the Minister is how effective is the property taxes in terms of meeting its obligation. Minister, I'd like to ask you if you are in a position to say how much money is owing to the Jamaica Public Service Company for street lights, and when was the last payment made, and the impact that it has had on the wider repairs to street lights.
Mr. Speaker, the arrears to the JPS is just above $2 billion. Just slightly above $2 billion.
Coming from your time.
Billion. Yeah.
Coming from your time.
Let me say that,
you say nothing.
Mr. Speaker, since the increase in property taxes, we have increased our average monthly payment to the JPS by over 300%. From an average of approximately 60 million per month in fiscal 2012-2013 to an average of around 180 million in this financial year. If I give you a breakdown, Mr. Speaker, 2010-2011, the average payment was Jamaican dollars 177 million. In 2011-2012, 211 million. 2012-2013, 217 million per month. And 2012-2014, 234 million per month.
Minister, while I agree, while I agree, Minister, but are you aware, Minister?
You pay nothing.
Is it fair to say, Minister, that because of the substantial amount owing to the Jamaica Public Service Company, that we have seen little repairs and installation of new street lights? Minister, could you attribute why we have seen such a small increase in the amount of street lights and repairs carried out by the Jamaica Public Service Company? And Minister, in answering the question, right across Jamaica, Minister, there is a constant cry about lack of proper street lights. There are many communities, especially in the corporate area, that are without street lights. Major, when I said especially in the corporate area, because the corporate area of the 105,000 street lights in the country, the corporate area has 76,000 of that. So it has a greater percentage of street lights. But Minister, one of the problems in speaking to the JPS, and I don't know if there's any evidence to substantiate the claim by the Jamaica Public Service Company, is that in many areas where there is lack of street lights is because of people trying to trespass on the JPS line. Now I don't know if sections of Michael Manley Boulevard and sections of the Spanish Town Road and Walton Park and many other areas in some parts of rural Jamaica where there's a lack of street light, Minister. And Minister, you said something about we paying for lights. But how long will it take, Minister? You said the audit will be tabled will be ready by the 14th. Will this audit outside of this new arrangement that you just mentioned put us in a position to exactly say what is it we are paying for? Because I'm quite sure, Minister, of the 105,000 street lights in Jamaica, it is safe to say, Minister, that at least 35% of those street lights are not working. And a lot of that can be attributed to lack of maintenance, because there are many areas where the lights went down and JPS has not gone back to fix it, Minister. I know there are some areas where the criminal elements don't want the light, and that is a small percentage, Minister. But, you know, it is a long time now we're struggling with this, Minister, and I believe that the $2 billion figures that you mentioned, if we have to really get a hold exactly of how much we are paying, that figure will be significantly reduced, Minister.
You need some more information. I'm going to give it to you. We are paying for 93,000 streetlights, right? The records show that there are 108,000 streetlights. Okay? So this is why we're trying to tie up now the difference. But it is no doubt that there are more streetlights than we are currently paying JPS for. I hazard a guess that is so. However, I'm going to tell you what we are going to do about it. We are currently in negotiation, and it's something that I don't want to speak out everything that I have for my sectoral debate.
No, don't tell him.
And therefore, I would listen to the Minister from North Clarendon.
Don't tell him.
Because he's advising.
Don't tell him.
And I should have said it just yet.
And it's good advice. Take my advice.
So I will tell you the sectoral debate a detailed expose of the plans we have to deal with the whole question of streetlights right across Jamaica. But on the previous point that you had asked, and Minister Fagan has reminded me, that remember 10% of property taxes go to fund the equalization fund. Right? And therefore, and it is from the equalization fund now that the resolutions coming from the councils are addressed. Okay? So that is the connection between the property taxes and the roads. So it is not directly to roads, as you very well know. There are other issues, for example, infirmaries or other expenditures that the council may have. And as two former mayors, you know exactly how that operates. Okay? No problem.
Minister, I advise you to take, Minister, I advise you to take the advice from your Minister of State. Take it cautiously, okay? Because, let me repeat, that 10% that comes from property taxes to the parish councils is used specifically for community development, like the maintenance of parks, sanitary facilities, etc., etc. Not roads, Minister. Anyhow, Minister, I think you have answered the question. You have answered the question fairly. But I just want to ask you, Minister,
And I'd like to just advise you that I notice in most of your presentations, when you speak about new initiatives, there's no timeline, Minister. And in this one where you speak about the working together of the Ministry of Finance and the Planning Authority and the JPS and the OUR and the Bureau of Standards to put in this new program, you said that you will speak about it. But what is the timeline, Minister? Because there must be a timeline. You must, Minister, be able to say that by the end of the next financial year, it is the intention of the government to reduce the amount owing to the Jamaica Public Service Company by a significant amount. It doesn't make sense, Minister. You make these announcements, Minister, and when I come back next, well, I hope you won't be in the job next year. But when I come back and ask more questions, Minister, I get the same answer, Minister. But you have to put some timeline to it, Minister.
What's wrong with
opposition? We make you free over here.
Member from Western Kingston, I can tell you that we expect usually this time of the year, from the end of March to April, there's a significant inflow from property taxes, and we usually this time we pay a significant portion towards the JPS bill. So we expect to be in a better position. When I report and I speak in the sectoral debate, it should really be a significant difference in terms of the arrears outstanding to the JPS.
Yes, Dr. Wheatley.
Minister, do you believe, Minister, that because of the amount of funds that we owe the JPS currently, over $2 billion, that it has resulted in a delay in terms of the response to repairs to streetlights, especially when customers call JPS? It is a frequent complaint by customers that whenever they call the JPS to repair streetlights, that they, as a matter of fact, they do not come to repair these lights. As a matter of fact, it's not about a delay, but no, not a delay in response, but in most cases, and I'm sure my colleague from Portmore will agree with me that I am sure. But Minister, do you believe that because we owe JPS so much money, that it affects the level of response to complaints by customers as it relates to defective street lights? What is wrong?
Mr. Speaker, I hardly think that will be the case, because the JPS is aware that we will pay them. But part of it is because we are in intense negotiation to look at the type of, we're going to change the lights. We're going to change the entire ones we have here now are obsolete technology, right? So hence I don't think they are sucking up their spare parts in terms of the ones we have now, because they very well know that the negotiations are far advanced in terms of what is to be done. And, but nevertheless, there should be no delay in replacing the bulbs and so on. We have new installation, might be in question, but certainly, if there is any kind of tardiness, please report to the council, or we have a hotline that we have set up by the ministry to deal with street lights. Just please refer the persons to those, and we will ensure. The member from West Kingston asked a question about the problem with some of the street lights, especially in the corporate area. And we know what is happening, that citizens tap into the street lights, and it is a problem for the JPS. So many times they don't repair those because they provide current to those who are tapping into them. So that is a problem that we have found. We have had discussions with them in many areas, especially in the inner city areas. And so we have an active program to try to see how we can put in anti-theft devices to approach those.
Minister, earlier you stated that
you're trying to encourage persons to pay their property taxes. Now, have you ever given a thought that by effecting proper repairs to streetlights, encouraging or have a more timely garbage collection, that would in fact encourage persons to want to pay their property taxes, especially in light of the fact that you, Minister, the government retains 10% of the property tax for other use. If we are able to use that 10% to improve garbage collection and also pay some more over to JPS so that they can respond more timely to the needs of the citizens whenever lights are non-functioning.
Yes, member, I think we are on the same page. I really thank you for the support and encourage the citizens to pay the property taxes. And we will aggressively, once we are able to get out these obsolete lights, we are sure to be able to.
Mr. Spencer. The Speaker has ruled you are not to cross the floor, sir.
Oh, he did?
Mr. Speaker, final question to the Minister. Minister, you are aware of the concerns as it relates to the installation and maintenance of street lights in private developments in most housing schemes across the country. And you would know, Minister, that in many of these housing developments, the maintenance of street light is a major problem because the JPS doesn't want to carry out the repairs because the parish councils in most cases have not taken over most of these schemes, Minister. And while we agree that it is the parish council's responsibility, we must do, Minister, insist. And I'm hoping that in this audit that you are doing, Minister, that housing schemes is a part of that audit. Because in those areas, Minister, there are a lot of street lights in many of these housing developments right across Jamaica. And I am hoping that you will capture that information in the audit and try to work out something, Minister, in terms of how people survive in those housing schemes when they call upon JPS to carry out those repairs. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the audit entails every street, every road, every part of Jamaica. And so housing schemes are part and parcel of the program. And I'd venture to say that once all roads, it is. But what I can give assurance, I've seen the new lights, we have tested some of them. The reliability is much more, the consumption of energy is much less. And therefore, I can assure you that once we get out of these types of systems that use a photo cell and the ballast and the kind of thing that goes with history, we have now, the technology has put us in a place where more advanced, more efficient, longer life street lights, and that is what we are expecting to implement. And I'll give you a timeline in respect of those in the budget debate.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I had a question.
Motions relating to the...
question.
Pardon me.
Go ahead.
Ms. Robinson.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give notice at the expiration of 21 days. I will ask the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Entertainment the following questions.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister of Local Government the following questions tabled in my name.
Motions relating to the sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. public business. House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the government business, we intend to do item 6, items 8 and 9. Yes, and the Minister of Agriculture thereafter will close, after the member from East Portland make a contribution, close the debate on the national security policy for, Ministry Paper number 40 of 2013.
Minister Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, the first of the items which we propose to take is the Customs Tariff Amendment resolution. The matter there is a simple matter, Mr. Speaker. The Customs Act at Section 5 empowers the House of Representatives to impose import duties and to revoke, reduce, increase or alter such duties, and to provide for the importation of any goods without payment thereon. It is in relation to this power that the House, through the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution, seeks to invoke. The issue here is to amend the second schedule of the customs tariff to increase the de minimis value. That is the value at which it is determined that an assessment would yield negligible revenue. Currently, the de minimis value is US $20, which has been in place for some time. It is proposed to increase that $20 limit to $50 US to offset disproportionate assessment costs of the Jamaica Customs Agency. This amount was arrived at on the basis of careful analysis by the Jamaica Customs Agency. What it will mean is that the agency will not assess duty on any goods of value of $50 or less. And therefore those, if they were imported by means of through the mail or by any other means, they would come in without, in fact, attracting any duty. This resolution is before the House, Mr. Speaker, and I move that we, in fact, approve it.
Those in favor of the resolution? Those against? Ayes have it. Motion, resolution passed.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the in relation to the other matters, I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, that they take the matters at items 8 and 9, that we debate them together. 8 and 9, no. No. Which one? What do you say he does? Mr. Speaker, the items 8 and 9, we're proposing with the approval of the House, Mr. Speaker, to consider those matters together. We debate this, Mr. Speaker, against the background of the well-known predicament of the country, which it has experienced for some time, of high debt and
suboptimal growth. The current medium-term economic program, suboptimal. Yes, low. Low, less than desirable. Less than desirable. Eh? No, we'll always break it down to help you, you know. Anytime you want. No. We don't come here to quarrel. But the facts, should they be raised, will show who has had growth and who has not. Yes. Yes. The facts will show it. The facts will show it. Because the record of 12 successive quarters of negative, we know where it comes from. I'm not going there now. I'm not going there now. No, man, we can go have a seminar. Belmont Road. Belmont Road, yes. That is true. And I get to talk twice. It's all right. No, man, you don't believe him can handle it. You don't have confidence in Audley, too? Hear what I say. Hear what I say. Man we can't pass exam, cut exam. Hear what I say again. Anyway, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing here today is enhanced fiscal rules for Jamaica. And the fact is that this process that we are here discussing is a process as far as the legislation of fiscal rules is concerned, which began in 2010 under the stewardship of the member opposite from Northeast Manchester. The three main fiscal rules were a nil fiscal balance by the end of 15-16, a debt to GDP ratio of 100% or better by the end of 15-16. That was what was passed in 2010, and a wage to GDP ratio of no more than 9% by the end of fiscal year 15-16. These rules were further enhanced in 2011 and attendant regulations for both the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act were approved by this House. The review of the fiscal policy paper by both the Auditor General and the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee are part of the governance structure that was established when the original rules, Financial Administration and Audit Act, under the Financial Administration and Audit Act were passed. The current reforms that are before this House, Mr. Speaker, build on that framework that was established and which are enshrined in Section 48 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act and in the Public Bodies Management Act and the Public Debt Management Act, which will be amended later on in the next fiscal year. In order to ensure, what we seek to do is to
strengthen the definition of public debt and the escape clause, which are in a manner consistent with the Financial Administration and Audit Act. In other words, the primacy of the fiscal rules with respect to these matters is set out in the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the Fiscal Administration and Audit Act, the amendments in the Act will, in the first instance, seek to define coverage for the purposes of enhanced fiscal rules in relation to what is called the specified public sector, meaning the public sector, excluding the public bodies that have been certified by the Auditor General as carrying out functions of a purely commercial nature. The criteria to be laid out in the FAA Act and the Fiscal Responsibility Framework regulations to be laid during the House later in the fiscal year. Secondly, the legislation on the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the amendments, define public debt consistent with the definition of the specified public sector to be the consolidated debt of the specified public sector, including its government guaranteed debt after netting out the cross holdings of debt entities within the specified public sector other than holdings by the Bank of Jamaica. Put simply, that it seeks to define the public debt, which is the debt of all the public sector, excluding commercial enterprises and excluding also debt held by other public entities in the public sector. Thirdly, the amendments to the FAA Act define an enhanced role for both the Auditor General and the Parliament. The Auditor General's independence and integrity make that office the institution best placed to certify that the conditions necessary for the observance of the fiscal rules have been met, and to provide assessments that Parliament would need to take into account in order to better evaluate its decisions. Given, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important to emphasize here that the administration of these rules will require not only a greater role for the Parliament, but I dare say that it will test the capacities and the maturity of the Parliament as a whole. And this is something that there are areas of this that will need to be taken into account as we proceed. And I would expect that at some point we're going to need to have a discussion, including with you, Mr. Speaker, and the leaders of government business and the leader of opposition business, about ways in which we can enhance the role of Parliament and make it more efficient in providing oversight for the fiscal affairs of the country. Yeah, no, we do that. One requirement which will arise is that we are going to have to try to make the fiscal year meaningful. That is to say, we'll have to try to pass the budget beginning next year before April 1st, which is the start of the financial year. And that will also mean that we're going to have to find effective ways of achieving oversight for the House, but at the same time having a speedier determination of the matters that are before us. So I am pleased to hear the leader of opposition business express his openness to new ideas on behalf of the opposition.
The fourth area of adjustment being sought in the Financial Administration and Audit Act relates to the levels of fiscal savings that will allow the debt sustainability threshold to be attained. This is the main premise of the fiscal rules. The fiscal balance is a policy instrument, and the debt target of 60% or less to be achieved by the end of fiscal year 25-26 is the desired outcome. And there is a formula set out in the legislation as to what the acceptable fiscal balances are if we are to achieve this target of a debt to GDP ratio of 60% or less by 2025-26, by 2025-2026. The legislation in the Fiscal Administration Audit Act also seeks to establish an automatic correction mechanism that will allow for any deviations to be addressed in a systematic manner, with specified adjustment levels relative to whether the deviations exceed either the lower threshold of 1.5% of GDP or the upper threshold of 3.5% of GDP. Simply put again, Mr. Speaker, what the legislation provides for is that there will be unforeseen circumstances, whether in the wider global economy, whether as a consequence of natural disasters, which may force an adjustment in the deficit targets that have been set. And should that occur, then there is provision for an adjustment to be made to the targets with the approval of the House, and for the correction to take place. The legislation introduces an escape clause that was first introduced in 2010 and revised in the Public Debt Management Act in 2012. The escape clause is both constitutionally and legislatively enshrined to recognize that Jamaica, as a small island developing economy, open to economic and weather-related shocks outside our control, will have to adjust to these shocks. The escape clause has to be triggered by one of four events with a fiscal impact of at least 1.5% of GDP, that is to say a natural disaster or a severe economic contraction, a public emergency or a financial sector crisis, and which would result in a suspension of the target for 1 year or not more than 2 years, subject to parliamentary approval of an order. The legislation also provides for regular recalibration at the end of every 3-year period or at the end of an escape clause to determine the adjustments that will be needed to achieve the debt target. And, Mr. Speaker, finally, the legislation, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, introduces a framework for the public investment management system to ensure alignment of the public investment plans with the country's strategic and fiscal imperatives, as well as to secure value for money on public investments and to fully capture project costs, both recurrent and capital. With respect to the Public Bodies Management Act, what that does is to provide, what the amendments in that act does is to provide a framework for the treatment of public-private partnerships and contingent liabilities, which will be enshrined in the act. there's a distinction made in the Act, Mr. Speaker, between user-paid public-private partnerships, where the revenue stream generated by those who use the service is to be used to repay any advances or investment made, and government-paid public-private partnerships. There is a ceiling of 3% of GDP for the period between April 2014 and March 2017 for the user-paid partnerships. Thereafter, the ceiling could rise to up to 8% of GDP. The purpose being overall to limit the exposure of the consolidated fund in the event that anything may go awry with any of these investments and partnerships. Government-paid PPPs, in contrast, will fall under the public debt ceiling and are treated simply as debt for the purposes of this legislation. Once an entity receives a guarantee from this Parliament, that guarantee would form part of the public debt. We are already constrained by the targets for guarantees in the Public Debt Management Act, and an important point to be made is that the user-pay ceiling is linked to the public debt ceiling in the FAA Act. If we are able to reduce the debt below the 60% GDP ceiling, then there would be scope, obviously, for additional use of the user-paid PPPs. There's a specific exclusion in the Act, that is to say the Public Bodies Management Act, for projects already underway. The Norman Mann International Airport, the Kingston Container Terminal are two main projects currently underway that will benefit from early accommodation within the 3% of GDP user-paid PPP contingent liability ceiling. The older PPPs with contingencies which are expenditure estimates. Section 48B, Clause 3, the total debt was deleted and replaced with public debt in subsection 4 with a definition of public debt to be consistent with the enhanced fiscal rules. In Clause 4, the Auditor General's role is expanded and the timeline for reporting on the fiscal policy paper is reduced to allow Parliament to benefit from the Auditor General's review. The Auditor General must report on the fiscal policy paper within 1 week of it being tabled in Parliament. The Auditor General must identify which public bodies are commercial and as such do not comprise are not included within the definition of specified public sector, and the Auditor General must provide an opinion if a PPP involves only minimal contingent liabilities or greater than the minimum liabilities. In relation to Section 48C, the repeal and replacement of Section 48C. Section 48C is repealed completely and replaced with a new Section 48C, which sets out, first of all, that beginning with the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, a fiscal balance target that allows for the debt to GDP ratio of 60% or less by March 31st, 2026 must be achieved. Second, that the target is to be computed according to a formula set out in the 5th schedule of the Act. Third, that the wages to GDP must be reduced to 9% of GDP by March 31st, 2016, and the ratio maintained or improved thereafter. This rule has not changed. This is a rule inherited from the 2010 legislation. The appropriation, fourth, that the Appropriation Act and the supplementary estimates must be developed to meet the fiscal balance needed to achieve the debt to GDP target of 60% or less. Section 48C. Huh? About 10%. That no deviation be recorded in the notional account until the end of the fiscal year when all reconciliation is complete. Section 48C2 establishes the escape clause, namely the events that could trigger it. The criteria for the suspension of the fiscal rules, the responsibilities of the primary stakeholders, and the procedures and the duration of the suspension. What is provided for, Mr. Speaker? What are the triggers? Is the period of public disaster within the meaning of Section 20 of the Constitution of Jamaica. B, a severe economic contraction. C, a public emergency within the meaning of Section 20 of the Constitution of Jamaica. D, a financial sector crisis. 3, where subsection 2 applies. There are 4 criteria outlined, any one of which must occur for suspension to be considered. As I said, a period of public natural disaster, a severe economic contraction defined as a cumulative decline in GDP over 4 consecutive quarters of 3% of GDP, or a one-time quarterly reduction in GDP equal to or greater than 2% relative to the same quarter of the previous financial year, or a public emergency or financial sector crisis as indicated. So of note here in relation to 48C2 is the scale of the decline in GDP that would have to result by virtue of a severe economic contraction. Subsection 48C 3 and 4 says that subsection 2 is only applicable if subsection 3 has been complied with. And that means that
First, the Auditor General has validated that the fiscal impact is greater or equal to 1.5% of GDP, and two, that the Minister, pursuant to the Auditor General's validation, has made an order subject to affirmative resolution seeking suspension for a year in the first instance, so that it is not just the Auditor General's confirmation that the terms of the fiscal impact or the contraction, the terms of the legislation as far as a fiscal contraction or a contraction of GDP exists, but that there has to be the concurrence of the House that such a situation exists. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that the operations of the legislation is going to test the maturity and collective resolve of the Parliament. Because what we have to determine is that we meet these targets, that election time is not a time to breach fiscal targets that exist for the good order of the House and the country, more significantly. It is going to mean that we are going to have to not simply try to stymie an order issued in good faith and in conformity with an Auditor General's rulings, because we think that there is political advantage to be derived by one side or another. Mr. Speaker, is going to mean that we don't approach the consideration of budget simply by insisting on more expenditure, even though we refuse to identify where the revenues are to come from to meet the expenditure, because that, easy populism won't meet the requirements of long-term growth and survival of our nation. Subsection 4 of Section 48C establishes a minimum and maximum period for suspension. The initial suspension expires at the end of 1 year, and if the Auditor General validates that the impact is still significant enough to warrant the continued suspension, the suspension cannot exceed 1 additional year. Subsection 5 of Section 48C establishes the procedures and reporting relationships. Both the PIOJ and the Bank of Jamaica would need to report to the Auditor General and the Minister at the same time on events 1 and 2 in the case of the PIOJ and 3 in the case of the BOJ respectively. Subsection 6 prescribes what the Minister needs to do as the first step in getting back on the path towards 60% or less of GDP. At the end of the period of suspension, the Minister must table recommendations for recalibration of the fiscal balance. Section 48C(a)(1), this new section explains the automatic adjustments that must occur if the cumulative deviations in the notional account exceed the lower threshold of 1.5% of GDP or the upper threshold of 3.5% of GDP. The first step is to use the fiscal policy paper tabled in February to let the Parliament and the public know what the projected notional account balance is for the year end of that fiscal year.
The second step to be stated in the fiscal policy paper is to provide the measures that will need to be taken to achieve the required fiscal balance target. The third step is to implement the measures that have to be effected within the coming fiscal year. The new section 48CA1, this has controls to ensure that the fiscal balance target is met. The Auditor General is required by law, provided that measures have been tabled to report to the Parliament. The Auditor General is required to report if the measures are adequate or not, or if the measures are not being implemented in time to achieve the reduction in expenditure needed to meet the fiscal balance target. Secondly, the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of Parliament is required by law on receipt of the Auditor General's report to consider the report, and secondly, to recommend measures to be taken to achieve the cut in the primary expenditure during the fiscal year. Third, cumulative deviations, whether at the lower or upper threshold, have to be addressed in no more than 2 financial years. Mr. Speaker, I think it's worth mentioning that this is going to require a substantial strengthening of the capacities of the Auditor General's office. You know, we have in other legislatures, in the United States, for example, you have the Congressional Budget Office, you have the Office of Budget Responsibility, I think it's called in the United Kingdom, and you have other similar entities which really represent an independent source of advice to the legislature. But the independent source of advice in and of itself does not solve the situation. Having received the independent advice, what you need now is a parliament to act responsibly, a legislature to act responsibly. And what that is going to mean in our context is the capacity of a legislature to sublimate its partisan proclivities to some degree and to focus on national interest and national needs. I expect, given all that I have heard from you over the years, that you, having devoted, what, 20, 30 years to national service, would want to see your efforts bear fruit in a way better than has been the collective possibility for either you or I or so many others to have witnessed in our time here. You won't be here 2025. You don't plan to be here 2025. Shame on you. Why would you say a thing like that? You plan to be here 2025? Yeah. All of these plan to be here 2025. Huh? No, then they'll be sitting here. You plan to be there? Sections 48CA 2, 3, and 4. These relate to recalibration, Mr. Speaker. Recalibration refers to the process of periodically resetting the minimum fiscal balance required to achieve the debt to GDP target of no more than 60% by March 31st, 2026. Recalibration occurs every 3 years or at the end of an escape clause suspend period. When recalibration occurs, the notional account balance is reset to nil and whatever was in the account is factored into a formula used in the 5th schedule to arrive at the fiscal balance requirements going forward. The Auditor General has to review the classification of public bodies to determine if there has been a change as to which entities fall within the definition of the specified public sector, since this could impact the fiscal balance that is needed to achieve the debt target. Section 48E 1 and 2, subsection 1 of section 48E basically sets out the tabling and timing of the tabling of the fiscal policy paper twice per year, as well as additional requirements set out in amendments to the 3rd schedule. Subsection 2 requires that accounting officers provide the minister, subsequent to the budget call and in the time prescribed, a business plan, budgets and projects approved for inclusion in the PSIP. All should have a trajectory of not less than 3 years. The new section 48J speaks to the public investment management system, of which the public sector investment program is the centerpiece. The public investment management system is the common governance framework for public investment, with provisions outlined in the 4th schedule. Guidelines will be promulgated by the minister, and we expect this to take place early in the financial year for the operation of this system. Public investment policy will balance economic and social development and environmental resilience with fiscal prudence. The 3rd schedule, the new paragraphs 3, 4, 5, and 6 are being inserted in the schedule to augment what the fiscal policy paper will report on. First, information on public investment as a portion of GDP to be spent, as well as the medium-term trajectory. A provision needs to be made for weather-related events to be kept in the contingencies fund. I believe the member from North Central, St. Andrew has been, and the member from Northeast, although he breached it regularly. But we all agree that we need to be making a provision for contingencies for weather-related events as a standard feature in our budgets. It is provided for in this 3rd schedule too that there should be full disclosure on contingent liabilities arising from non-guaranteed borrowings, whether for PPPs or otherwise, and full disclosure on the number of public bodies validated by the Auditor General as not being part of the specified public sector. There's a new 4th schedule which complements section 48J. It outlines and defines the following, namely the public investment management system, public sector investment program, the annual public sector investment program policy paper, public investment management guidelines, and a slew of performance requirements in relation to public investment. What is proposed is that there should be a 3-year rolling public investment program, so that we ensure that only projects that have been adequately prepared get funded in the capital budget. Projects that have had feasibility work done, have had a business plan, an implementation plan developed, and where all the necessary drawings and preparatory work are in place. So that it's going to kind of eliminate things that have happened over the years. And I think all of us know of circumstances where initiatives get developed shortly before the start of a financial year, and where oftentimes inadequate preparation has been done, and as a consequence of which oftentimes substantial resources either get wasted or misspent on priorities other than deserving priorities. Or not spent at all, as the case may be. The new fifth schedule sets out the formula for calculating the fiscal balance requirement relative to the debt to GDP target. The formula provides an element of transparency, as our central government operations are on the Ministry's website. Anyone can do the calculations and determine if we are on track in this enhanced fiscal government framework. In relation to
the Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Mr. Speaker, we now ask that the Minister's time be extended to allow him sufficient time to complete his presentation.
The question is that the Minister's time be extended sufficient for him to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the Public Bodies Management Act, the aim of the amendments to Section 2, interpretation, Section 2A and Section 7, and the introductions of new Sections 6B and 6C, is to enshrine the fiscal treatment of public-private partnerships in law, strengthen the fiscal rules governing investment activities of public bodies, and to establish ceilings for contingent liabilities that are fiscally prudent and in keeping with the outcome of fiscal sustainability. The amendments to the Public Bodies Management Act seeks to meet specific fiscal policy imperatives, namely to consolidate and complement similar amendments made under the FAA Act, and to strengthen the fiscal governance framework, and to achieve wider public sector coverage as wide a public sector coverage as possible, to ensure that fiscal risks are minimized and managed prudently. The bill is referred to as the Public Bodies and Accountability Amendment Act 2014 and becomes effective on April 1st, 2014. Clause 2, the following definitions are inserted in Section 2 of the Principal Act to support the enshrinement of PPPs, public investment and contingent liabilities within the fiscal government framework. So what we have defined here is a government pays, public-private partnership, public investment, also defined in the FAA Act. Public investment management system is also defined in the FAA Act. Public-private partnership to reinforce the approval of PPP policy framework, user pays, public-private partnership, etc. Clause 3, the amendment provides for amendments to Section 2A to achieve the following. It requires that public bodies comply with the institutionalization of the public sector investment program by providing information on their public investment program. Secondly, it establishes a pivotal budgetary reform, which is timely tabling of the estimates on the one hand and the approval of on the other, no later than March 31st of the financial year, immediately preceding the new budget year. 3, defines the public sector investment program and outlines the parameters to be used to review and update the PSIP on an annual basis. Clause 4 is the most substantive of the new changes. New section 6B and 6C are inserted. Section 6B seeks to ensure, first of all, continuous assessment of contingent liabilities, full disclosure and regular reporting through the medium of the fiscal policy paper. And secondly, the integration of PPPs into the public sector investment program to ensure standardization as well as a mechanism for entry of PPPs into the public sector investment program. Section 6B is of particular importance in that it sets out the accounting and debt treatment of the PPPs. As I indicated before, it differentiates between government pays and user pays PPPs. Government pays PPPs comprise part of the public debt, while user pays PPPs do not comprise part of the public debt. It establishes an interim cumulative ceiling of 3% of GDP for the period April 1st, 2014 to March 31st, 2017 for user pays PPPs, and a subsequent cumulative ceiling of 8% through March 31st, 2026. It ensures that there is a link to the public debt to GDP ceiling, whereby if the debt to GDP ratio falls below 60% of GDP, after the period of the interim ceiling, there is discretion to use that additional space to augment the 8% ceiling. Section 6B also allows for a number of exclusions. Where a user pays PPP is already in existence as at March 31st, 2014, the user pay ceiling does not apply to this PPP, I mentioned already. And where under the FAA Section 48B 6D, the Auditor General has certified that a PPP involves only minimal contingent liabilities to the government, such a PPP would be exempt from both the user pay and public debt ceilings. An example would be the, as I mentioned, the North-South Highway link, where there are commercial type guarantees and assets to be transferred to eliminate any liability on the part of the government. Section 6B is explicit on how PPP related debt is to be treated, with, that is to say in subsection 8, only when the contingent liability becomes probable will it form part of the public debt, as opposed to being captured under the user pay PPP ceiling. Clause 9 sets out, subsection 9 sets out the international accounting standard definition of contingent liabilities. Is the definition of contingent liability that will be used to determine when a contingent liability becomes probable. The new section 6C ensures that it is clear that the public investment management system must be complied with, not only by ministries, departments and agencies, but also public bodies. Clause 5 amends Section 7 of the original bill to place the onus on boards of directors of public bodies to submit draft corporate plans to the Minister of Finance and their portfolio ministers no later than November 30th of each financial year to inform the budget preparation process. Mr. Speaker, it bears mentioning yet again that these amendments here today extend a process which began in the previous administration. That it certainly will, as I have said earlier, test the resolve of the House as a whole. But it should be a resolve that is shared on both sides of the House, given the provenance of this effort at achieving fiscal responsibility. But rules in and of themselves, Mr. Speaker, don't guarantee performance. Rules don't guarantee results. That is going to require conduct that is different. Play by these rules, and you will achieve a better result than you or us have achieved in our political life so far. But, Mr. Speaker, these rules represent our commitment, but they also represent, and I think it's worth being said, they represent a commitment also under the extended fund facility agreement with the International Monetary Fund. They represent a commitment that to be implemented, to be passed into law before March 31st of this year. But I think it is important that we recognize why it is in the program, not only why it was in the earlier program, but why it is in this program. It is in this program and in the earlier program that had been negotiated by the now opposition when it was in government, because the international community, the financial markets, the multilateral agencies, the private and official lenders are not convinced that we collectively have the fiscal discipline to prevent the future run-up of our debt. We need to prove them wrong. The rules alone won't guarantee, but they represent the passage of these enhancements in the legislation will at least demonstrate that we recognize that there's a problem and that we are committed to a solution. But the true test is to come when we see how we manage both our expenditures and our revenue raising to ensure that future generations don't have to labor under the strictures that we now have to labor under. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend these bills to the House. Mr. Speaker, just to indicate that at a later point there are a couple amendments to each bill in the definitions that I will move. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has taken great care to mention the genesis of these bills that have been tabled in relation to the drilling down of fiscal rules. And so I need not go over that, except to say that I found it quite interesting that some weeks ago, one of the major newspapers dedicated an editorial in which they wanted to know the position of the opposition concerning fiscal rules. And I had to send a message and indicate to them that all they need to do was to go back to the formation of the Fiscal Responsibility Framework in 2010. And they would see that that is where it has actually begun. But let me, first of all, Mr. Speaker, raise once again an issue that has to do with the appropriate scrutiny of legislation by Parliament. And we are here talking about fiscal rules, and the truth is that we are breaking the rules. We are breaking the rules and the customary practices of Parliament, where we are to allow for members to carefully examine legislation, especially game-changing legislation, as what we have as these two bills that are before us, that it has always been customary practice, Mr. Speaker, that the House puts these bills to a committee, usually a joint select committee of both houses of Parliament, and therefore to allow for a careful examination, and allows also for civil society to be able to participate. For in the case of this legislation, the Minister spoke about the question of a public sector investment program, which includes private-public partnerships, or public-private partnerships, whichever way you want to call it, and the rules that will govern that and how it has to be administered. Here would be an excellent opportunity for the private sector and those who are interested in investing in these private-public partnerships to come and sit down at the Bar of Parliament and to be part of an examination of this game-changing legislation and understand it better from this stage, understand the process. Because oftentimes we criticize the process and claim that it is overly bureaucratic, and it is fraught with all kinds of difficulties, and that criticism sometimes comes from a lack of knowledge, sometimes comes from a lack of understanding. And I think that while it is not, it might be one of the unwritten rules, but the truth is that legislation like this, game-changing legislation like this, should not be rushed through the House, and members should not be deprived of having the opportunity of carefully going through the legislation and allowing for civil society and the private sector and other across the board, even members of the public sector, to better understand it, because they are the ones who are going to have to implement it. And so I regret that once again we are being told, as the Minister told me earlier, that he has to rush it through because of the IMF program. Now, we have to remind ourselves that ultimately this is not the IMF program, it's our program. And we want to give it the best opportunity. We want to give it the best opportunity to succeed. And if we want it to succeed and we want to give it the best opportunity to succeed, then from day one, let us really exercise in the spirit of real democracy. Let us all as members on both sides embrace it, and let us use Parliament as the forum for going into great detail so everybody understands exactly what these fiscal rules are all about. So I still would want to ask the Minister to reconsider, and that even when you listen to your representation, I've been through it, I understand it, and maybe a few of us more in the House understand it. But again, I can guarantee you that the majority of us in the House right now didn't understand everything, all the details that you went through. And because some aspects of it are fairly complex. I'll give you an example. The same whole question of the public sector management system, which you made reference to. Right in that section, you have about 8 different steps, bureaucratic steps, that will be carried out. You have the public investment management system. You have the public sector investment program. You have the public investment management committee. You have the public investment secretariat. You have the public investment governance framework. You have the public investment management information system. You have the public investment performance report. And you have the public investment monitoring and evaluation committee. Now, the work of the Joint Select Committee could go into that in some detail, and maybe looking at customer practices, maybe looking at how others do it. We might find that we cut out some of that in order to make the thing more user-friendly and perhaps more efficient. Because it is possible that we might just be going overboard with so many layers, right, of bureaucracy, that it might very well become counterproductive and we don't achieve the purposes for which the whole thing was intended. So I really would urge the minister, that this should be reviewed, and you can consider saying to the IMF, we need a few more weeks just to make sure we do it the right way and getting everyone involved so that we can have a total buy-in into what is very, very important legislation. Let me point out as well that some aspects of what we had introduced in the fiscal responsibility framework is already being done. For instance, we have started with the fiscal policy paper from my time, but the Auditor General had not begun to report on the paper that I was doing. The first report of the Auditor General, however, has come out, reporting on the fiscal policy paper that you, as Minister, tabled in the House last year. And while we know that the amendment is supposed to require that analysis to come back, I think, in a week's time, this one came in June, after you had tabled, I believe you had tabled it on the 18th of April, and the report of the Auditor General on the fiscal policy paper came out in June of last year. Of interest, there were a couple points of concern that the Auditor General had noted, and I just mentioned 2 of them. One of them being the question that while the initial amendments to the law had called for a 100% debt to GDP ratio by fiscal year 15-16, that the Auditor General pointed out that although that was already in the law, that in your fiscal responsibility statement of 2013-14, you indicated that the debt to GDP ratio is projected to trend towards 112% by fiscal year 15-16. The Auditor General was simply pointing out there that there was a disconnect between your projections in your fiscal policy paper with what was actually written into the earlier legislation to which you referred. The Auditor General also expressed concern that in reviewing the fiscal policy paper, and I read from her report, it revealed that although some fiscal risks were mentioned therein, they were not quantified or reflected in the projections. Consequently, it goes on, it was not clear to me as to what extent the deviations, such as underperformance of revenue, were due to forecast errors, deviations from assumptions, or unforeseen events or shocks. As a result of those two concerns, she went on in her opinion section to give the following two caveats. She said, I consider the effect of the matter mentioned in paragraph 10 to be a material departure from the fiscal management principles stated in section 48D and the target set out in the section 48C of the FAA Act. That relates to the debt to GDP ratios. And then she went on the basis of the limitation indicated at paragraph 13, that's related to revenue and so on, I do not form an opinion on the explanation provided by the Minister for the variances between established targets and the outcome of the fiscal indicators. I only mention this to say that it's a work in progress, because that in fact became a part of the analysis of the Auditor General in critiquing the fiscal policy paper as presented by the Minister of Finance. Clearly, it is a beginning. And these laws that we are debating today is therefore a continuation of the road towards achieving greater fiscal responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, since I had mentioned the question of the public sector management program, and I listed the eight of them, I want the Minister to make it absolutely clear that this public sector investment program to which he refers now is all-encompassing, that it is not just a regime for public-private partnerships, but that it is in fact a regime that is going to take into account the total public sector investments among public bodies. And here again, since that is so, of central government and public bodies, right? So it's a big task. It's a pretty big task, because you are moving, you are transitioning from what initially was corporate plans. Everybody, it was required by law to present their corporate plans. So each person has a corporate plan, and we table inside in this house the public bodies program, and we have the central government budget, and we have the investment program that is listed in there. Now we are superimposing now a new bureaucracy for public sector investment management. I'm just saying, Minister, we need to go through it very carefully so that the transition is seamless, everybody understands it, and it doesn't end up, rather than speeding up the process, it don't end up in fact slowing down the process much more than it already is slowed. Because we have seen in public appropriations that the administration committed just last week, where the Tourism Product Development Company is supposed to manage Prime Minister. Because I know tourism is close to your heart, that the TPDCO was supposed to manage for this fiscal year $618 million of funds from the Tourism Enhancement Fund. 390 million of it to be spent in the corporate area. Good amount of funds in Montego Bay, in Ocho Rios, even the South Coast. I don't know if any would have come to Christiana, but even the South Coast had $150 million set aside. What have we found? Only $94 million of the $618 million of raw cash that is sitting in a bank account for the TEF will be spent by the end of this fiscal year. 15%, Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in circumstances where our tourism product needs to be developed. And the money is there, and a development company was formed to be the marshal for the development of these products. And then we ask why, what happened? Couple answers came. In one case, they said the UDC had procurement problems. In another case, we are told procurement problems all around. Well, is this bureaucracy that is now being put in here, is this going to help the procurement problem? Okay, so I put that out as an example. Prime Minister, I'll give you another example. I know it's close to your heart. Schools, we have $100 million in capital A, and it's there to renovate and repair schools. We're leaking roofs. Some need ceilings, as we want in my constituency, because when the sun comes down on the zinc, and it really heats up the children, and they can't concentrate. That's what. The tendering process had been gone through in one case that I know about from 2 years ago. And we are told the money is not spent because of procurement problems. $66 million out of the $100 million gone back, Prime Minister, in this budget. $100 million that should have been spent fixing up schools, primary schools and high schools, island-wide. So, this is the context within which I am just cautioning against the potential for an overbearing bureaucracy to hit us in this situation. It needs to be reviewed and needs to be carefully calibrated and carefully examined by the minister. And with all due respect, I think that if we had put it to committee, we as a practical matter, we knocking our heads here, perhaps could come up and say, now, is this workable? Will this work? Can we look at it as a simple, pragmatic thing, examine it and see if it could do, and or could we make it better? Because we want to make sure that we haven't just picked up something from somewhere, and we add this and we add that, and it looks good on paper, but it also is frightening to me when I look at it, right, in terms of all of the layers that we are imposing. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to mention, because, you know, the minister is correct. We all want this program to succeed. We want the program to succeed because Jamaica, we are stressed out as a country, and we need to get back to serious economic growth in the country. The promulgation of fiscal rules will be part of that pathway to growth. There's no question about it, because it is part of the pathway to building confidence in the prudent economic management of the country. Very important. But I believe that, Minister, I believe that we have to have an appropriate environment for the successful promulgation of the fiscal rules as well. And I think the first one that comes to my own mind is the question of the need really to have a stable, we have to have a stable economy, gentlemen. We have to have a stable economy, yes. And we are told we need fiscal rules for the economy to be stable. That is true. But we also need a certain stability within the economy, which a stable exchange rate, by the way, is a very important part of that stability for the economy. I see a stable exchange rate as kind of the epicenter of a stable economy. Because let's look at it. Gentlemen. Distracting. It's distracting, okay. Let's just look at this for a moment. An unstable exchange rate, apart from wreaking havoc on prices and affecting the decisions of businesses to invest because of the uncertainty of what the exchange rate will be tomorrow or next week or next month. It also has an impact on the fiscal accounts, as you know. I've heard you complain about it, about the fact that the valuation has caused the nominal stock of domestic debt to increase. When I heard you with it, I was wondering if you didn't remember that when I was Minister of Finance. But anyway, we move on.
We move on. But the truth is that the $300 billion increase in stock of debt since this present government is in power, almost a half of it, $146 billion by my calculation, close to $150 billion of that, is directly as a result of the slippage in the exchange rate. So the truth is that if we don't find a way to hold down and keep the exchange rate stable, then the slippage, continuous slippage in the exchange rate can threaten the integrity of your own fiscal rules that we put in place. Can do it. It can threaten the integrity of your debt to GDP ratios. That is because it keeps moving and getting away from us. It is something, therefore, that we can't give short shrift to. And you know, Minister, I hear sometimes some irresponsible remarks made in our country. In one quarter I've seen it written in a newspaper that the competitive exchange rate for Jamaica is $150 to $160. No, somebody says that. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to delve in that very much now, because I am going to speak about it in more detail in the budget debate, okay? Because it is an issue we must confront. We must confront the issue, because if there are people in this country who really believe that we're going to sit around and watch this dollar slide to $150 and $160, when people's incomes are not improving, people are on fixed incomes, some are falling because they have lost their jobs, the public sector wages have been frozen, and yet every 2 weeks you go to the supermarket, the prices is going through the roof. So how are people going to survive in this country? And where is the growth going to come from, because businesses are not going to invest in these circumstances? And at the same time, the budget is going to blow. The budget is going to blow at the same time, because the stock of debt is going to make the target of debt to GDP a joke at the end of the day. Yes, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, you know. And you know why we have to talk about it, Mr. Speaker? Let me tell you why. In the same fiscal policy paper review by the Auditor General, we got information from the Ministry of Finance, which explains, for instance, why we had shortfalls in revenue. And among the reasons listed for shortfalls in revenue are weaker economic growth, which adversely impact the revenue base. If you don't have economic growth, you're not going to have revenue, which you must have for the fiscal rules to work. Then hear this, lower than programmed inflation. So we're relying on inflation relying on inflation to inflate revenue, and we will rely on inflation to inflate the GDP. What we need is real growth, real jobs, real earnings, real foreign exchange earnings, not borrowing, earning the foreign exchange. So all I'm saying is we're going to have to do everything together. Everything has to work together like an orchestra. And Minister, the former Prime Minister has put it on the table. I raised it in the course of the budget debate last year. And there have been times in our recent economies, certainly since the 1980s, where we have seen stable exchange rate situations. In 1986, we had an exchange rate that remained stable for 3 years, and in that time the economy returned to a healthy 6% annual growth rate. We had it at almost at $86 to 1 for almost 2 years. We did return to 1.5% growth rate, but we can't just give it short shrift. That's all I'm saying. We're going to have that debate. But Mr. Speaker, let me just mention a couple other things before I come down. One of them has to do with arrears, because how can we talk about fiscal rules
and yet we have significant build-up in arrears of payments of government obligations. The Minister of Local Government just told us that the arrears at JPS is now $2 billion. I never left it at $2 billion. The arrears were just over $1 billion when I was Minister. Don't talk about more than that. Check the records. So now I'm alarmed to hear that the arrears at the Jamaica Public Service for street lighting have virtually doubled. Right? Now, how can we, in fact, I would say, Mr. Speaker, that were we sitting at committee level, I'd be respectfully suggesting that there should be an amendment to the legislation to put a clause in there on arrears and make it unlawful that arrears should exceed 90 days in the country. Make it unlawful. Right? Because how can we credibly say that we are achieving our targets on expenditure, while at the same time the Army has debt there that in some cases is over 1 year old? 365 days in excess for food that has not been paid for. And we hear about JPS, and there are many others. I was confronted recently in a parking lot. Suppliers to the health service, they can't get money. They are in arrears over a year in the health service. I'm suggesting that there should be an amendment to this fiscal rule legislation to make it unlawful for the government to be running such serious arrears in the country. And then we're talking about we are achieving our targets. We are not achieving our targets. And the next step that we have to make, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, is perhaps now is the time for us to move from cash accounting to accrual accounting. We have been talking about, Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about accrual accounting for some time now, instead of cash accounting. Some countries, that's where they are. And accrual accounting simply is that once a liability has been incurred, it becomes a formal part of the budget. It becomes a formal part of the obligations that are specifically set down. But we have cash. We work on cash. So if we owe money and we don't pay it, then it is listed, it's not listed as expenditure. Right? It's just waiting to be expended in another budget cycle, in another budget period. So Mr. Speaker, finally I would want to ask the Minister, who is otherwise engaged, I would want to ask the Minister, just want to clarify something. The question, you were talking to the staff when I mentioned that we must bring back accrual accounting onto the radar to look at that. Because in the accrual accounting, the discussion, that would actually take care of the question of the arrears. We would just know that if it's cleaning up time, you might as well just do the cleaning up right around. Just do a comprehensive cleanup and face the music one time. So face the arrears, and in facing the arrears, if you go to accrual accounting, you take that into account right away. I want to just ask the Minister, when we speak of the debt to GDP ratio, there is sometimes some confusion as to whether we are using the debt, which includes Petrocarib, or we're just using the debt minus Petrocarib. And I think that needs to be cleared up. I think we need to have one debt figure in the country that everybody knows, right? Because we're only fooling ourselves if we report one debt level and we know that there's another $2.5 billion of money that we owe, which is hundreds of billions of Jamaican dollars, and we're not putting that in the official figures. Don't make any sense. No, I don't want you to answer it, because I suspect that the IMF has tended to include that in their figures. and we don't tend to include it in our official stated figures. So that we might want to just look at that as well, and so now listen, just face the music, put all of it together, and we all know what the story is. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Minister's point that the Auditor General will have to be given more resources in order to play a more critical role in the monitoring under this new regime. But here, once again, I just end by saying to the Minister, if you can find a way to have more inclusiveness in looking at the bills, it would be helpful in the process of the buy-in. Thank you very much.
Minister, just two questions. You did mention. You did mention that in the initial stages you were going to limit the public-private partnership to 3% of the value of the investment. Is that including the private sector and the public sector combined, or just the private sector? Just make a note of that. First of all, Minister, I think it's too low, because 3% of GDP is, I think GDP is about 3 billion US. About 3 billion US. Right. It's small money, small change in today's context. So I think that threshold is too low. And I hear you say you're going up to as high as 8%, but I think that Minister is far too low, and you could look at revising that. Minister, the next thing that I think is you could probably answer for me is, what are the sanctions, if any, for breaches to the fiscal rule? What's the point of having a rule and you don't have a sanction? And who is to be sanctioned? Is it he who holds the purse strings, or is it what? Who? So I think you need to, in my humble opinion, Minister, deal with the sanctions. And thirdly, and finally, the question of being able to project a budget that is realistic. You need data. You need data. And what is happening is that there's a lag between occurrence and reporting. There's a lag. In other countries, albeit more developed countries, you get it almost as it occurs. We have to wait sometimes months to get simple data that would be of assistance in guiding you on the way forward. That has to be cut out. So whatever you do, set aside additional funds, whatever you do, try to ensure that the data that you need to work and make appropriate decisions is available to you, almost in real time, as it is in other countries that are faced with the difficulties we have. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just to, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but I think that whilst we are in the business of just tidying up, I think it is useful for us to raise two other points which the Minister may want to take into consideration. Because in fairness, we all support the whole matter of fiscal rules, because we recognize that fiscal responsibility is our responsibility. And we want to make sure that we put ourselves in a position to grow. But one of the concerns that we have, Mr. Speaker, is the institutional capacity that exists to ensure that the rules that are put forward here today are maintained and carried through, and that all the numerical aggregates that are required are managed properly and timely. And whilst mention was made of the layers of bureaucracy, these P's that were mentioned, a whole series of P's, including the public investment
secretariat, an acronym which I will not pronounce right now. But certainly that would be perhaps the sort of wider management center, that would be the nerve center to ensure that those critical underpinnings are carried through. Now, what is going to be the nature of the PIS, and who is going to manage the PIS, and what level of technical support the PIS will have? Because that to me is going to be the central core. Are we going to have a construct which will become like the czar for public investment projects, that will really manage that whole process and be able to report to us on the performance of all the projects that are out there, and that they come through on a timely basis? The other question, Mr. Minister, relates to the AG's department, because a lot of emphasis is going to be placed on the AG's department, and here is the Auditor General's department, the member from North Trelawney. The Auditor General's department, which now will have to be beefed up, because they are going to not only now be able or be required to examine the fiscal policy paper in the way that they normally do, but there's going to be some urgency to it, and some timeline that they're going to have to deal with, a timeline which is missing in the measures that are put here. And I would in fact have loved to see that a week or so after the FPP is tabled in the House, that it is presented. But what I see there is that as soon after, that is practical, my word practical, that the AG then will report back to us on the position of the FPP. And I take it that what that means to Mr. Minister is that that will be after the PAAC has had an opportunity to review, and then it goes. So what we are saying then is that where there are infractions, where, for example, what you call the exit clause, the escape clause would trip in, and that's where the AG department will be strongest, because that would be the institution which determines whether or not the escape clause that we want is going to be effective. And then they will look at the outturn, and then they will come to the Parliament and propose to the Parliament on the basis of that we Parliament vote that the ceiling should be amended, whether upwards or downwards. So it is very important, because it could put you in a position where, because of the political majority or the configuration of the House, we make even a mockery and a nonsense of the whole business of those ceilings, because whatever the government in power wants, it would get because of the type of majority that it has in the House. So I believe that there is need for us also to indicate some level of, whether it's 2/3 majority of members present must agree that the ceilings can in fact be adjusted and amended in relation to the proposal made by the AG department. And the last point, Mr. Speaker, relates, I think, to strengthening of the Parliament's ability to review and to oversight. And this is where the PAAC, I believe, comes in, and the need for us now to look at creating a stronger technical support system for the PAAC, so that it can, in fact, do a more detailed and thorough job in reviewing and in oversighting as is required. What it may very well mean, Mr. Speaker, is that we may have to look at the standing orders and perhaps amend the standing order to require that the PAC meets more often, so as to be able to review those PBMAs that are probably over 100. And when you add them all and you call it the MDAs, which is the Ministry's Department and agencies, you have over 200 of those to be reviewed. And within any fiscal year, it's going to be quite a task for any committee without high, strong technical support mechanisms to be able to deal with it and to deal with it effectively. so that the taxpayers of the country can be assured that there's value for money that is given, that there's transparency, and that there is efficiency. Those are the points I wanted to raise, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger, not encourage no one else, man. No. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues opposite for their contributions to the debate. Let me just emphasize at the outset something that I think everybody recognizes. You mentioned it, the opposition spokesman on finance mentioned it, and it was raised also by the member from St. James, East Central. Just to say that, first of all, yes, the arrangements are in place. Indeed, we expect to incur substantial expense in upgrading the Auditor General's office, more than $150 million in upgrading. It will need a whole new skill set, range of skill sets coming, yes, to enable it to perform this function separate and apart from its usual audit function. So yes, that will be provided for. It is also the case, Mr. Speaker, that we will be making effort in the Parliament to provide training, exposure for parliamentarians, especially those who will learn. And yeah, exactly. Then, yeah, you know. But so that we recognize that too, what we need to, and I had said at the outset, we need to look at, and there is not provision yet, but it's something that we need to do, at ensuring that there is, that the clerk and the clerk's support for committees to function, etc., can be augmented, or that there is a direct line of support coming from the Auditor General's. Huh? So that is something, and it also means, Mr. Speaker, as I said, that we have to look at some of our own procedures here. I think the opposition spokesman summarized it. It is a work in progress. We don't proclaim that there is a final product that is available to us. No. So I want to make that point. I want to make the point also that the ultimate sanction that will apply will not just be the sanctions in the regulations which are to come, but the ultimate sanction, and this is something that we need to understand, is the markets. Ultimate sanctions for fiscal irresponsibility is the market. And so the critical ingredient, and we have had long debates with international partners, among ourselves and everyone, the ultimate requirement that is included in this legislation is transparency. Everything is out and open. If you don't maintain adequate debt to GDP ratios, or if you try to engage in double accounting, it won't be possible, and the markets will punish you. You know, James Carville once, I think in the Clinton White House, once said if he was to die, he'd want to come back as the markets, because they rarely get the chance to impose discipline and punishment on everyone. And so I think that's one lesson over the years that we need to learn. But specifically, there will be provision in regulations which are to come early in the next fiscal year, accompanying regulations for this, which will set out some of the specific sanctions for non-performance of specific tasks, for boards, for accountable officials, and ultimately the Parliament as a whole, for if there are breaches at the level of policy and ministerial level in relation to this legislation. Let me say in relation to the other point that you raised, that the 3% limit is a limit with talking about the value of the investments booked, or liabilities booked in any particular year. So it mightn't be all. Take a PPP that is being implemented over a number of years. The entire value of the project might not be booked in any single year, though we agree that the limits, particularly on the 3%, the limits are narrow limits. But let us, we have a limit between now and 2017, and let us make that work. I think we need to accept something, even as we do it. These limits are stringent limits. And they are stringent limits in a sense because we collectively still need to earn credibility with the very markets that I referred to. We have gone through many episodes not only of building debt, but of shall we say, disguised debt through guarantees, deferred financing, other things. But in the end, the one thing that we have convinced everyone about is that we like to spend. And given the opportunity, we will spend. We have to correct that reputation at this point in time and demonstrate that there is no fiddling with the books, there is no off-budget expenditures, no disguised build-up of debt anywhere. I'll raise in relation to the question you raised about debt, which debt measure. When we quote the debt of 145+% debt to GDP of 2013, start of the last, it includes Petrocarib debt. And when we say that we are down at the end of this fiscal year to 139 debt to GDP, it includes the Petrocarib debt. When it goes up, it includes it. When it is down, it includes it. I want to, well, we still do our calculation, but I think that the public don't need to be confused. I mean, we think technically there is a case, because as you know, the Petro-Carib Fund makes provision for the repayments. It sets aside the resources so that they are provided for. But look, you know, it don't make sense. We are not the financial capital of the world. And the world asks the question always, what is going to happen to this? So, you know, let's just take the measures there. Now, I want to make two more points in closing. First relates to the fact, I think there is the member raised the issue of the public sector investment management system. There is no massive bureaucracy that is being created. It really relates to a set of procedures. For example, what you have provided for is a set of procedures and stages through which an investment proposal has to pass. There will be a public investment secretariat, which will be a small unit of highly skilled technicians in the Ministry of Finance. There is a governance framework. There is we are going to be including, after all the stages have been passed through, a public sector investment program which will have projects lined up over a 3-year rolling cycle. So that, to use the example that you gave, and you gave it as an example of a deficiency, which I agree with, about funds not spent, but oftentimes that results from plans not properly made. Anybody can spend any amount of money. If you go out on the street and decide to spend it, but can you properly spend it? Can you spend it in a way that gets value for the taxpayer for the money? Now that's an entirely different matter. And what this is intended to do is to ensure that we're not just spending it willy-nilly, and after you have spent hundreds of millions, indeed billions of dollars, when you look and say, what have we got for it? We can't answer satisfactorily. That is what we're trying to avoid. The access to data, yes, I think there are improvements. I think we do pretty well, generally speaking. We have a month lag on the inflation numbers that come out. We have real time on your tax numbers and your expenditure numbers, which are on the website of the ministry. What we don't have in some of the calculations, your employment numbers could be better calibrated, and some of your production numbers can be better, but we have a lag now of 3 months, and it can be improved. I accept, right, that we can do that. So yes, we can do that, and I'll go beyond that. But I know, you know, there is the question of, I would love to see much better data, much more sector-specific data, much more of a microeconomic modeling of specific sectors. I am certain that you have had the experience of really not having adequate knowledge of the impact of policy measures on specific sectors, because you really haven't modeled the operational arrangements and business planning operations of specific sectors. Not all sectors are the same. I want to make one final point. I accept, and the government accepts, that ideally the legislative procedures should perhaps permit more time. We have, in some instances, for example, the Omnibus Banking Act, negotiated successfully an extension of the period so that it will be laid in the House, but it doesn't have to be passed as per the original schedule by March 31st. And for insolvency, which went to committee. In this instance, there is a we need to pass this by March 31st. We're under pressure for time, but one of the reasons why we're under pressure for time is of our own making, because truthfully this represents the area where we have been most egregious in our failings, in other words, running up the debt. But there is at least a fail-safe mechanism. There is a transitional period. Not all the provisions come in place immediately. In fact, the guidelines, such as some of which we mentioned, really don't come in place until after 2017. So we will have an opportunity collectively to be able to make some adjustments as we go along. And so what I think we need to do is to deal with this legislation, and we will be putting in place subsequent measures, regulations. We'll be putting in place some of the operational procedures to strengthen Auditor General's office. We'll be putting in place procedures to strengthen the Parliament and its operations. We have to make some of these adjustments. So we will have time. But one of the things, and I'm certain every ministry can point to, bits of legislation that we have committed to passing sometimes 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 10 years ago. And we haven't brought it to the Parliament. What is the case now? This is of such importance that no one was prepared to take a promise that yes, at some point we will do it. And when we correct our record in this regard, and when we correct our debt realities, we won't have anyone from anywhere, multilateral organization or anywhere else, being able to take advantage of our indebtedness. That is the commitment which we need to make to ourselves inside here. Mr. Speaker, I move second reading of the bill.
The question is that the bills be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act read a second time. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act read a second time.
The House will resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills clause by clause.
No, we have amendments. Which one are we going to deal with first, Mr.? Both. Both have a similar amendment to the public. You're doing the Financial Administration and Audit Act. I have an amendment to the schedule which defines, which has been circulated, paragraph 1A of the proposed amendments to section 48A1, which has the definitions including local authority, You have them, they have been circulated.
Well, when we get to the schedule, we'll put the amendments.
Okay.
But
Mr. Chairman, sir, looking at these amendments, particularly I noticed that the whole business of determining what they call the supernatural and the national and the supranational are now taken care of by way of the KSAC and other such bodies being brought into the whole entity for control and management. The one thing I wanted to find out if there was any need for amendment to the Municipality Act or the Parish Council Act to allow this to happen, or we can just make the changes here in relation to the
the advice is that it doesn't require any amendment. Okay. It just speaks to the fact that it is providing a definition for a local authority, which relates both to KSAC and to parish councils and to municipal council, of which there is one, which is the Portmore.
Minister, this document and the long sheet,
yes,
when put to the short sheet, have some typo errors.
Yes.
We won't go through those typographical errors. The clerk will take care of that. So we will just deal with amendments.
Yes.
No, the clerk, properly. So for the Financial Administration and Audit Act, that's the one we're going to take now.
Yes.
So I put clause 1. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I put the amendment to the schedule. Those in... We have a number of amendments to the schedule.
Yes.
Which is the first one?
Well, they are all on the is one sheet, but there are more than one.
More than one amendment.
Yes. So put the amendments. Well,
no, we
are in your.
I put the first amendment.
Aye.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
A.
Yeah.
And then B.
Public debt.
Aye.
I put the second amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. C. Public investment. I put the amendment.
Aye.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. And D. Public-private partnership. I put the amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. I put the schedule as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. I put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill having passed committee stage with 4 amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
We can go now, Mr. Speaker, to the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, and there is a similar set of amendments to clause 2.
Okay, I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor?
Aye. Well, amendments. I have amendments to clause 2.
Okay.
Clause 2. Amendments to clause 2.
I put the first amendment to clause 2. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Under local authority, I put the second amendment. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. The third amendment, public entity. C, yeah. I put the third amendment. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Public-private partnerships. I put the fourth amendment. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Clause 3. I put clause 3. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I put clause 4. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I put clause 5. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. I put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 4 amendments. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. The bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Bodies and Management and Accountability Act passed with 4 amendments. I do report on the bill and act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act passed with 4 amendments. Those in favor? Those have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bills be read a third time. That the bills be read a third time.
The question is that the bills be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, read a third time and passed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, read a third time and passed.
Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business this evening. Oh, you are? All right. Mr. Speaker, there is to be one contribution prior to the closing of the food and nutrition policy. The member from East Portland. All right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we focus on the matter at hand. For today has emphasized, based on the words of the Minister of Finance, the complexities of finance, but also this policy of food and nutrition security policy is important, and so I rise to make a short contribution, because this policy goes to the heart of what our country is all about, as we seek to effect change, not only generally for the nation, but also for our constituencies and for ourselves as members of parliament who must implement this policy. The long course of history tells us that food and agriculture has been the mainstay in terms of the development of civilization. from primitive society up onto this point of the technological advances, and certainly as we go forward into this postmodern era. Despite this progress, Mr. Speaker, we are still dependent upon food. And if we do not adopt this policy and implement it, it certainly will tard and retard our development, as it implies that we ought to modify our lifestyles, or else we are going to reap indeed what we sow, or indeed reap what we do not sow. The policy is appropriate amidst the demands for food production, amidst price increases, amidst the threat to food security, amidst the realities of our financial situation, our crises, and amidst the vulnerabilities of climate change, such as carbon emission, the global warming, and the disastrous hurricanes that we are so subject to from time to time, makes it indispensable prerequisite to our sustained orderly development. So we dare not just debate the policy, but advocate very strongly that, having laid it on the table of the House, that we each take ownership of it and make strong attempts to implement this policy. We have a good opportunity not only to use this as a very highly descriptive and indeed prescriptive policy, but to move it to become an active and a progressive and a very transformative policy. At every level, it begs us to consider the very basic pillars of this policy, which are availability of food and nutrition, the accessibility of food, the utilization of food, and the stability of the supplies. Indeed, important elements, as we are constantly being shocked by the changes that affect food and nutrition. Mr. Speaker, it is not time to split hairs or to live on the precept of this policy, but rather for all of us to look at it as a complex but very timely intervention. As the Prime Minister has spoken about rural development, I posit that we cannot develop and motivate and encourage and indeed galvanize our young people at this time of special dispensation if we do not consider this policy as being vital, because it is predicated upon production. We have, as a nation, have basically failed over the last 50 years to feed ourselves, and the time is now, when this policy is in front of us, for us to be able to do so. If I mention very quickly Portland, for example, there has been a great decline in banana, dasheen, coffee, and so on for many decades. The tremendous effect of the European Union and the World Trade Organization and their decisions over a few years have impacted us, and things are now going to become worse with this now by the merging of Fife and Chiquita in terms of banana production and the chance of export. It is not true that only poor farmers are here in Parliament. There are many of us who have spent time creating employment, who have created employment in producing pepper, honey, and we could go on. And it is not fair that we should even try to drive into the future by looking into the rearview mirror. For the truth of the matter is that we cannot uproot the University of the West Indies nor of technology, nor can we bulldoze down New Kingston in order for us to provide and to produce adequate food. It takes now a broad participation by all of us. And so it is the Ministry of Agriculture's lead and its work that is cut out for it to be of great urgency in inciting all of us to join in this battle. Broad participation is necessary if we are going to achieve some of these so-called millennium goals that we've set ourselves to. All the ministries, departments and agencies, the MDAs, all the ministries that can act in a joined up way. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, indeed, Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Tourism, and of course, Land, Water, Environment and Climate Change, as we all work together in trying to ensure that we not only create the idea, as Norman Washington Manley had said, but that we have a fixity of purpose in being able to not only eat what we grow and grow what we eat, but also that we should eat what we should grow and grow what we should eat. In terms of accessibility, because we know the challenges about food being available, but accessibility must be a reality. And Mr. Speaker, we need to focus on working from the womb to the tomb in this one. How do we put in practice? How does the policy put in practice as we speak to the delivery of optimum food and nutrition to our citizenry? Will there be a prescriptive part of the policy for the unborn child as we deal with antenatal care and as we deal with the vulnerable pregnant teenagers, as we deal with the pregnant financially challenged? What about the lactating mothers who must use whole milk, who must deal with the formulas, whether they have DRA or ARA or other elements that are important for the development of the brain, for the development of the eyes, and for the ability to learn later on in life? We are certainly reaping probably some of the consequences of not taking care of our antenatal mothers, our lactating mothers, and so on. It is important also that we look to the adolescents who are undernourished as they go to school day by day, who cannot concentrate, who are fainting in class. We are the ones who see them on a regular basis, and we are intimate with that. Those who are overnourished, who are now becoming obese, and so lead to the non-communicable diseases such as hypertension and diabetes. As the Ministry of Education confronts meals in schools, adults who are overly obese because of the lack of an understanding of what good nutrition is all about. In our state care institutions, such as our schools, our hospitals, our infirmaries, our elder care institutions, this policy must guide how food safety and so on takes place in these institutions. The consumer safeguards that will protect us. And the Minister, I'm sure, will speak to Predia Lasny as an important part of how we are going to go forward to manage our food security as it is. Our elderly, for example, who the policy must speak to in a practical way, those who are in the institutions, who we must now decide how our food is going to be tailored to suit that large and expanding part of our population. The mere simple fact that elderly people do not have a big appetite, that they produce saliva in much smaller quantities, and therefore when you begin in our institutions to feed the elderly with dry food stuff like bread, you go back 4 or 6 hours later and it's stuck to their palate because they do not simply produce saliva, and we are not taking these things into consideration. The fact that half of our elderly are constipated and it impacts on their appetites. The fact that most of them have no teeth. Some basic, simple elder care issues that this policy should impact on. There is one area of food that many of us do not necessarily take as part of our nutrition, and that is the concept of water. Vital to the policy. In the midst of our national water crisis, even as we speak, this must be engaged as part of the policy going forward. in how we construct the national water policy, how we conduct our water resource management and information systems, the various water usages, for example, in rain-fed agriculture or irrigation agriculture, and look at the problems we discovered recently based on the lack thereof. What about the economics of water? Many years ago, we exported 1 bottle of water, but we imported 10 bottles of water. And I suspect we are still doing this even at this time. The environment, what about the mitigation strategies that we are using right now? Jamaica has the best tasting water in the Caribbean, and yet our agencies are not manufacturing and distributing water at that